New, urban, ethical, authentic, sports, entertainment, something for the old, something for the new, something for everybody in between. We leave nothing untouched. We are Spoon 107.5 FM.
Yes, I. A special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, in the South Bend. On the beat.
To get your information, to the spoon to be my section. Spoon, spoon, spoon dimension. Spoon, spoon, spoon.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Morovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to the spoon, you to spoon you ain't know. If the children crying for starvation, just to the spoon. You want to get the news update, my brother, don't to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Morocco, don't to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just don't to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, don't to spoon. Yeah, don't to spoon. Yeah, don't spoon. You from Funjema, Maryland to spoon. Yeah, don't spoon. Every ink my president, my brother, don't spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, don't spoon. Yeah, don't spoon. You want to get a nose up there, don't spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, 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 kilibamba. What you want? Yes, you
Spoon TV. Spoon.
Yes, you got it.
Spoon. Spoon TV. Spoon.
Balabadibadiba. Kidibidibidabado.
Spoon entertainment.
Kua. Let's say kua.
Yes, I. A special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, right in the South Bend. On the beat.
To get your information, to the spoon to be my section. Spoon, dimension.
Spoon gonna tell you what.
Of course, this is 107.5 FM. Spoon, dishing out Liberia's best. Today is the 12th day of February 2025. I nearly said the second day, like I don't want a year to progress. We already spent 75 days in only January alone, and I don't want February to make any sort of progress. Today is the 12th day of the month of February 2025, and you're welcome to Wednesday's night edition of Liberia's premier talk show. This is the Spoon Talk. We're live on Fabric 101.1 and a host of other stations relaying us all across Liberia. We're also live on our social media handles, Spoon TV, Fabric TV, and of course, Super TV. We're on YouTube. Our YouTube handle is Spoon Talk. My name is Diamond Slunger. I'm producing tonight a lot of trending issues across the country, a massive wave of suspension, has hit the government of Liberia. But people are saying, how practical is this going to be? And who are those on the list? How updated is that list from the Liberia Anti-Corruption Commission? And we do see some of those who have been affected by this blanket suspension running to the LACC to declare their assets. It raises the question, why didn't they do it at the onset or within the period that was stipulated by law? Why is it people treated the law like it was an optional thing or a thing of choice to be done? At the end of the day, President Boyka has issued a blanket suspension. The Civil Service Agency of Liberia has also issued a statement talking about salaries, withholdings, and the president, meanwhile, having issued that statement, has departed or is on his way from Liberia to Ethiopia. So, however the suspension goes, President Boyka, I'm sure, and his team will be monitoring. So, you're welcome to the show. First up, as our guest today is Councillor Tiawan Gongloe, the leader of the Liberian People Party, the LPP, who also play host during the second segment to Bombing County Senator Edwin Melvin Snow. So for those of you watching us online, welcome. Ila Dollison Duncan is following us from ERWA. Awololo Sompong is following us as well from Grand Crew County. Tom C. Boyu is also following us. Peter Corion, if I got that right, Corion, is watching us from Bama Town in Bapolu County. David Richard is also following. Eric McGill is always following us here on the Spoon Network. Lawrence Appeton following via YouTube. Edward F. Lamine is also watching us via YouTube. Faith Kotu Walker is watching us from Monrovia, Liberia, as well as another Faith, but this time is Faith Munger. Both Faiths decided to comment, in a chronological order. Daniel Tente is watching us from Thinkers Village. Honorable Elijah K. Koto is also following. Levi S. Gay is watching us from Lower Margibi, and Fomba MC Say is watching us from Sinker, to be precise, Matadi. Yakin Zulu Barclay is watching us from Upper Darby, Pennsylvania. Eric McGill says he's watching from Atlanta, Georgia. So, Eric, how do you do this thing? You're watching from one aspect from YouTube and another from from Facebook. All right. Kiazulu Baka Abraham says I'm watching from Cardwell. David Richard is watching us from Soakland Community. Ambassador Markson Bake is following us from Gompa City, Nimba County. Nelson Fokpa, how are you? And the list goes on and on and on. If you're celebrating your birthday today, happy birthday to you. The rest of the panelists are definitely going to join on the show. It promises to be interesting as well. And some breaking but tragic news we're getting from district number 17, and our team has been dispatched to authenticate the information, but it's being reported that an officer or a person believed to be an officer of the Liberian National Police has allegedly fatally shot a young boy. So we are going to investigate that, and I'm sure the police authorities are already on top of that game. But it's tragic if the information that we get in, this person who's believed or who's reported to be a police officer fatally they shoot an underage boy, then it raises a lot of questions as well. But we've dispatched our team, to go on the scene and investigate, and we'll bring you full details of that as well. But that is the news filtering in at this moment. So once again, you're welcome. What we do here as tradition on the show, we'll go to the phone lines for Liberians to tell us what's on their minds, the trending issues across the country. Give us your comments, your views, your opinions as well. So the numbers to call 0777-771075 or 0555-101075. Again, 0777-771075 or 0555-101075. The blanket suspension by President Joseph Yuman Boyka is the latest of news emanating and circulating around Liberia. What's your take on that? Someone says it's better late than never. Others have said it's late. It should have been an action that should have been taken a long time ago. We spoke with the information minister earlier on the pause. He said, well, the president is slow but sure, and by complying doesn't necessarily mean that those who have been suspended will automatically be reinstated. According to Information Minister Geraldine McPia, when he spoke to me earlier this afternoon, said the office of the president issued the suspension. The office of the president is going to lift the suspension if individuals are deemed to be capable enough to resume their positions. The total list, 457 in total. There are questions surrounding, a large chunk of those names. At the end of the day, the LACC will looking up to and will be making an inquest into getting an updated, if that is not the latest, but it says February 2025, but to see if they can get an updated list as well. But as it stands, the list is at 457. Bulk of those people are under the employs of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. But there are some key and notable positions as well, like the entire LEC interim management team. We already not get car. The people who will be managing the car. Then they suspend the entire interim management team. So if we used to get currencies, it's 5 hours. Imagine with an interim management team in place. Imagine with no interim management team. But at the end of the day, we should be abiding by laws in this country. 077771075, 05551101075. Those are the numbers to call. 077771075, 05551101075. Let's take this first person to tell us what's on their mind. Hello. Yes, your name. Go ahead, please. Go ahead.
What time about is about the action that took place at the executive mansion where concerning the speaker, that the representative that went in the office and that office was very, very bad.
It wasn't at the executive mansion, man. It was at the Capitol building, not the executive mansion.
Capitol building. Thank you very much. Yeah, it was very bad. They are leaders for us. We have to show up the example. We vote those people and put them in there to work for us. All these things you see the leaders are doing. If it was just a mutual person, ordinary person do that, you will see the Lord will deal with them according to. They will deal with them to the extent that you not even see somebody to rescue you. There are people that seek the Lord, make the Lord, breaking this laws. So many things are happening with our leaders in that place. And because of what we go there, for me, I can say for myself, and I believe we're waiting for 2029. We us waiting, crossing our hands for 2029. We people will bring all of them down.
Thank you.
Thank you for the show.
Thank you. Let's take this next person. 077771075, 05551101075. So the actions yesterday at the National Legislature caught her attention. By the end of the day, that decision was taken by the House of Representatives. The plenary, the speaker took seize of that matter. That is the Speaker, Richard Nangwe-Kun. It was then handed down to the Chairman on Rules Order Administration. So the House of Representatives, headed by the Rules Order Administration, carried out that particular action. So according to James Collier, they couldn't go to the court because they have their own rules and have to enforce those rules as well. Let's take this next person here. Hello.
Hello.
Can you reduce the volume of your radio? Please reduce the volume and let's have a conversation. Thank you.
Yeah, Momo Gifu.
Go ahead, Momo.
My man, the country now is destroyed. And the country destroyed everything now. They just you see the people are putting down everything. My brother, tell what us will let it talk for us.
So
we are dying slowly.
What do you mean a country destroyed?
But you know, see everybody doing their own thing, brother. Everybody doing their own thing. Tell what us will let it talk for Liberian people, please.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
All right. So we'll take this next person here. Hello.
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 Yeah, hello.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I need to tell you, I'm calling from tomorrow.
Go ahead.
Yeah, what all my mind had to do with the Supreme Court bank. The whole group that on the bank need to be suspended because they're working for themselves, they're not working for Liberian people. I want on my mind.
You care to tell us more what you mean they're working for themselves, at least so we can understand?
Yeah, because each time they have cases before then, I mean, no good result can come from there. Every time, all the Supreme Court bank people, the federal can draw case, then a case went, they can go to, a case can draw.
Oh,
Yeah.
all right, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
077771075 05551101075. Pleasant night to you. Let's hear you out, please. Okay, we lost that person. Hello. Hello. Hello to you on the Lone Star line. Okay, so that person is not ready. Hello.
Good evening, Dama.
Pleasant night to you. Let's hear you out, please.
Thank you. I'm Frank Oakland and John with consultation from the state for Mosawaro County.
Go ahead, please.
The most applies the question for the decisive actions that we are taking today. It's better late than never. Look, I think this country is a country of law, non-country that you can do your own thing. Those people that were appointed by the president, how do they see your boss declaring the access when you people are there sitting doing nothing about it? People do also at the Ministry of State, they have almost 7 or 8 individuals are sit over there that refuse to declare access. So for me, what is action the president took today? And when it comes to the issue of the road work on the RIR way there, I think the company that are not taking that project will need water truck, 2 to 3 water truck that will be water in that road. Because at times if it's traveling on that road, Simon, the doors,
I mean, you don't need to tell me, say, on a road a couple of days ago.
Everything. If no trespass by you, the doors can cover the entire road. Can we see in front of you again? So I think the government needs to look into that direction too. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you as well. 077771075 077101075. Those are the numbers to call. And to speak to that point, it's true that the government bears the greater responsibility, when it comes to enforcing and creating an enabling environment. But we as communities and citizens, we also do have a say and a stake in what happens in our communities and within our various parts of the country. Example, communities should have community leaders. And these leaders should also be able to engage contractors and the rest if the government agency is not doing so. Drivers should have a union as well, and even private citizens, but people say the government has got the sway. But if they're working within your community, we did it in our community when they're working, they're doing road construction, you speak to the contractors as well. You make the project your own. If the road is leading through your community at that time and is creating dust for your homes and all of that, your community leadership can engage the contractors, and say, look, gentlemen, we know you're working, you're doing something for the national good, but I think it's only fair that you guys look into, spraying water or splashing water along the road so that it can reduce the dust level and all of these things. It works like that too. So, and every time we sit and say, oh, waiting for government to do this, government to do that, sometimes it's good for the community too, to take up initiatives in that manner and see how best you can address those. 077771075 055101075. Hello.
Hello, Dama.
Yes,
I'm Sadio Kamuka is a district of Mexico, County.
you're welcome. Let's hear you out, please.
How my mind had to do the misuse of firearm by the Labrador National Police. The guy shot a police guy shot a Saudi boy at the district of Saudi.
Yeah, we got that information, and we've sent our guys there to go and verify. It's news that is filtering in. It's what we call a hot story. So as the Spoon Network, we cannot independently say the person who carried out the shooting is a police officer. We want to make sure we cross our T's and dot our I's. So we're treating it as a reported case. All right. Thank you very much for also sharing that information with us. Hello? Hello?
Hello?
You live, sir. Let's hear you out, please.
Yeah, Robert Swell calling from my 7 resident.
You're welcome. Go ahead.
Yeah, my attention has been drawn to Mr. President. I yet to see the 42-year experience that this president come with.
Sir, please be a bit audible for us. I'm really struggling to understand you.
I say I yet to see the 42-year experience that this president came with. As suspending over 400 persons. You don't think that it will undermine the working of this government? That action is belated issue. To me, I think ever since from the beginning of the government, when the people has already working, people have stolen enough. He's suspending the security because also after all the other one, how we understand that.
All right, sir. Thank you. All right. So what's on his mind is, the president shouldn't have just suspended those people since they didn't do it before. He was just supposed to let them be. Let's take this next person. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, you live. Kindly reduce the volume of your radio. Your name and where you joining us from. What's on your mind?
My name is Joseph B. Nimle. I call from Parker to be precise on the Anthony Where Avenue for the Naked for Grandma, I want to say bravo and good evening to the best person ever in the Republic of Liberia, Ambassador Joseph Human Walker, and to my political leader, Nomikanga Lawrence. Good evening to you people. Grandma, I want to say congratulations to the President of the Republic of Liberia for this news in the sustaining the 400 government officials or ministers. Joseph Human Walker will say thank you. Not just to suspend the people, but let the people prosecuted for stealing and for misbehaving to the Liberian people.
But who does steal and then should be prosecuted for stealing?
I said, all those that were suspended for corruption, let the be prosecuted for that.
Oh, okay.
And not just to be suspended. This government and the next senior president of the Republic of Liberia, Nomikanga Lawrence, will do all that supposed to see the people for that. And my political will be the next government who is waiting in 2029 with there. So I just want to say
the way you can see ahead of time. Tell when current will be stable in our country for 24 hours, 7 days a week. The way you can see who will be president 2029. Just when we should expect stable current Liberia too, so we can subscribe to
Thank you. NEC acting director is suspended and a boss, which is a bossing secretary, will be the acting for the Nobody Party bossing secretary. He will be the acting just from now to April. You get a stable current in Liberia. Stable current right now. I'm telling you, because the Nobody Party will be a bossing secretary. Come on.
And I start giving you what best president again.
Come on.
I mean, leave your friend about. And I start giving you what best president I do again. All right. Let's take this next person. Hello.
Yeah, really, how are you?
I'm fine, sir. Your name and where you calling us from?
Yeah, this is Mother Guitar. Remember the civil rights movement in Nigeria?
Remember what?
Remember the civil rights movement.
Oh, okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much for the information and this opportunity that you are affording us to express our thoughts on the issues. I met the president of the Republic of Liberia, President Joseph Mabaka. If the president continue to do this way, Liberian people will continue to love him. We don't have supporting to go to the executive mansion. We are only tested for somebody that will be able to do the work for the Liberian people and this country. If the government officials refuse to declare the assets, not only dismissing the people, Someone else want to spend their back for the time and they tell you that one put out your money and they refuse to listen to the president. Because now one time the president called on the people to declare access. If President Joseph Mabba will continue to form also, totality in the country, like we will support him. But
All right,
I think
sir.
that making it like one bro angry because the way I wish he went in. But I want to commend him for this step that he took and to dismiss the people.
Suspend.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you as well. A member of the civil society organizations of Liberia to take this next person. Hello.
Yeah, sir.
Let's hear you out.
Hello. Yeah. The president will tell him to suspend the people. Because 1 year plus, and your boss man tell you declare your assets, you can't declare it, that means you have different intention. Maybe the only thing the way you suspend them, you must send them to court. Because they already see from the day they start working to today, they show some money. So I beg you, if it's first time calling on the station, so it must, the way you suspend the people, you must get them to court. If they not see, then they hear that. But if they see, they must pay the government money. Because now, we are suffering. We're not getting water. The people are living no water. The calling can get out 2 days to come. So I'm begging you. And secondly, the business, I heard that the business, one man from the station there, he say, one bring business here. Because now we that we catching it from the Lebanese, from the Pakistanians, from the other people that are bringing their food. They don't want to supply the Nigerian man. They don't want to supply Nigerian man at all. They supply you, sometimes they give you $5 items, then there are people that they get their food at us. So that the problem will fix it. I was speaking here at our store, but now you say I even to close it. We done the people. So I don't know. So I want you to help us to see those particular 2 things. Because if they still see the money, the country can develop. If the government can be in business, then the country will not develop. So thank you for this program. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you as well for calling. We'll take a short break to be right back.
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, right in the South Bend. On the beat.
To get your information.
Okay, folks, we tune in to Spoon 107.5 FM. We also live on Fabric 101.1. The CEO, the former CEO, I should say, and the rest of the panelists are definitely going to join on the program. We already have in studio Councillor Tiawan Gongloe, alias Broom One. He's already here. We're waiting for the rest of the panelists to join on the program. But in between our time, let's continue to take some more calls as Liberians, tell us those things that are on their minds, those pressing issues that are on their minds as well. Let's take this person here. Hello.
Hello, how are you?
I'm fine, sir. You live, please. Let's hear you out.
I'm Philip Mango, for a program of some kind to shout me.
Go ahead,
I'm
please.
better in studio. It's not easy in Opoka some cabin. Our view is bad. As I'm speaking now, I cannot see good. All my eyes, my children, we are in deep sorrow right now. The road is bad. The dog is too much. Let the government try and fix our road. We are begging this government. We are begging the honorable man, honorable man, please come and fix our road. It's not easy. It's not easy. We are dying slowly. Please come and fix our road. The police brutality in Liberia is too much. It's too much. We have to stop this. I went to one station just yesterday. When I saw there was two battles. Police beating citizens, stepping in their stomach in the police custody. It's too bad. Did you do a recording?
Did you do a recording of what you witnessed? And Can you share that recording with us and which station, to be precise, you're talking about?
So finding that very is that is country is somehow so much we are afraid of our life. Seriously.
Okay. We encourage citizens, not just you, but if you witness anything that is out of the ordinary, you've got the right to record that scene. Police officers are public servants, and they can say, "Don't record me" when they're in the discharge of their duty. Whatever they're doing is public record, and if you witness anything that is out of order, it's only fair if you have the ability to record and send the evidence so that those officers can be brought to professional standards for interrogation or investigation. Sometimes these accusations, we need to be able to scrutinize them as well. So if you witness anything that is out of the ordinary, it's only fair as a citizen, it's within your right to do a report, what the matter, so that it doesn't happen or be repeated to affect someone else. I see Boom Breaker is all set for this particular show. Whenever he wears his dress shirts, official blade, it's not like that. He's all for business.
So you've been observing me, right?
Oh yeah. Well, you go super there, I know I'm going soon.
So now the jacket is off. It means that you're going to go home, but not too late.
I'm going home soon. The last time I hear this season show closing.
That mommy always got away season 1 and season 2. Dama, what's up?
What's up, Chief?
Yo, how you doing?
I'm good as well.
So if we can wait, the phone line just going off like crazy.
Yeah, I have to turn off the phone so that it does not interfere with the broadcast.
Yeah, listen, people say stand on when it's snowing. Why can't you show a picture of you shoveling snow, right? I went outside, I did the entire yard all by myself. Dama. Seriously, but thank God that I wasted salt yesterday. So when the snow came down today, I couldn't go to my mom's place to shovel her snow, and I told her, I said, you got to stay in the house because I'm not going to come right now. The bone breaker bones are hurting. So, so you guys stay. But I have to do it over here. So it's a lot of work. But this Liberian guy was driving past and in front of my home down on it. He stopped. He said, "You the CEO?" And I said, "What's going on?" He said, "I can stop and help you shovel your snow." I want to send a shout out to him. He always, for the spoon. And I told him, I said, "No, that's okay. I got it, Dama." But imagine, he's a nice guy. He said, "I can stop and help you shovel your snow." But in my mind, I said, maybe this guy is a seditious though. So I said, maybe this guy is a seditious. And he just Philip, but I said, next time call me. You see, Philip, they got some good people that really want to help, but we're just gonna do it. Just a little here and a little there. We're gonna get it done.
All right. I was afraid I was a seditious.
Maybe who knows? Maybe that Karis Gray, I said, don't Kev Hassan sending him. So I got afraid. I said, no, man, that's okay, but thank you. He said, but I always drive past here. I didn't know you live here. I said, Lord have mercy. Now you know. He said, but my son came here before. I said, your son? He said, yeah. He said, my son came over here and played basketball with your son. So what's your son name? And I said, what's your son name? I said, I really don't know. He said, yeah. I said, but at the end of the day, listen, man, seriously speaking, your son over. He said, my son came here. My son entered your house. I said, did you bring him? He said, no. I said, hey, God, this thing going too far, my man. Let me work. I'm begging you. Now you know where I live and all this thing. But he's a good guy, though. I respect him. I'm going to
draw the inside of your house with your eyes closed.
No, but you know that JR friend and my them's my son friend. They always come over here and play basketball and have some fun. So he's a nice kid, though. You know, and that's a good thing. But Dr. Richardson, how you doing? I mean, since Alexander Cummings spoke today, you kind of changed. You too quiet. I mean, was it disappointing that Alexander Cummings spoke today and there was nothing from what he said? I know the Cummings people are going to come after me, Damo.
It will come after you.
But Dr. Richardson, Damo, did you follow Mr. Cummings' press conference, Damo?
Not in its entirety, but I did listen for a period. Dr. Richardson, pleasant afternoon to you.
Tom, how you doing?
Dr. Richardson is now in between the CMC and the ANC, but they got one thing.
No. Wait. Listen, maybe it wasn't in the group. We are not talking about Dr. Richardson and CMC no more. Dr. Richardson begged me. She said I shouldn't say anything about that. So let me just open this.
Apologies.
Yeah, we're not talking about CMC and Dr. Richardson. We're not talking about the CMB because Musa Belete begged me not to call his party CMB, Cash Money Brother. I respect Musa. So let's go back to the comment statement.
Yeah.
Dr. Richardson, we're not talking with CMC. All right? No, I want to give that announcement.
You know you're still talking about that.
No, I'm not going to say anything about CMC and Dr. Richardson. This month, I'll start saying it. You will never hear me saying anything about CMC and Dr. Richardson. Though I know she was one of the founding members, but I would not say it. I will not say it. So you cannot make me to say CMC and Dr. Richardson. So I won't say anymore. But let's go back to ANC and Mr. Cummings. You say you didn't listen to the entire thing, but so far, what you listened to, I mean, what's your takeaway?
Well, again, it'll be unfair for me to come up with an assessment that I didn't listen to.
So, I mean, you listen to a portion of it. Tell me what you listened to.
I almost called you my son's name. But see you, I cannot give an assessment on just a portion that I listen to.
That's your own opinion. No, you listen to one or two lines. Just tell me what you feel about what he said during this time.
I plead the fifth until I listen to it, and then I will pass my judgment. I don't want to just pass a judgment on a portion.
Wow.
And everything else.
All right, so let's go again. Let's talk about Dr. Richardson and ANC. I'm not going to call any other name. You know, Dr. Richardson and my sister, very smart woman. And, I'm not going to say Dr. Richardson and ANC or CMC. No, I stick with Mr. Cummings coming. That way, you're not allowed me to call Dr. Richardson or CMC.
Let me go in the back. So you
no. Don't go in the back. I'm begging you. Don't go in the back. Don't forget, we have Tiawan Gongloe coming on. Did he call? He's coming in the studio, right?
Huh? Yeah, he's been here for almost 20 to 30 minutes now.
Oh no, but I see in the chair empty. That's why I'm kidding around.
Yeah, he's in the waiting room.
No, we cannot keep him too long. Let's hear from Dr. Richardson, and then we can bring in the Councilor Tiawan Gongloe. Please, Damo, let's bring in Councilor Tiawan. We're not going to keep him too long. Dr. Richardson, what do you make about Mr. Cummings' press release today? His statement, his conference, his press interview.
Are you going to play clips of it so Liberian people can hear it or no?
Oh, no, I'm not. Did you listen to him? Did you read his?
I listened to some of it. I'm glad he spoke. He's a Liberian, so I am tolerant of people just talking about Liberia's issues. That one thing I took away was that he said that he's going to be speaking about the Buckeyes government in a different way than the way he spoke about the U.S. government, which means that he's not going to be criticizing like the way he criticized the U.S. government. He's not going to be criticizing the Buckeyes government. So that leads us to ask a lot of questions. Is he shifting in the way that he presents himself as a leader in Liberia, or is he more aligned with Buckeyes plan? So those are the questions that I have. And of course, I think there was one point to ask him is the Bokat's government better for the Liberian
Yeah,
people? Was
yeah.
when the
6 years.
when the Riaz government, and he kind of said that let the Liberian people be the one to answer that. I I didn't really like that answer, but I honestly the politics that he's trying to play, I think he's becoming more politically sophisticated, mature in terms of how he responds to Liberia, like the journalists in Liberia. But I think that he should have been straight up. When you elect leaders, you elect leaders to speak for the voiceless. So you don't that kind of answer you gotta be able to answer in a different way. I would have used my narratives of my experience with Liberian people, like what Liberian people are telling me that they are experiencing. Like if you went to the market, you know the people in the market what they're seeing.
I mean, thank you, Dr. Richardson. You're quite correct. I want the others to come that we're going to speak about and talk about this. I like all your, feedback, and I think it's on point. I'm taking note on what you say. I think it's only fair for us to judge Mr. Cummings, as to what he went through before and what he intended to bring. So, speaking for the first time after the 2023 election, a lot of people expected a lot today. I don't know whether he was able to satisfy their own expectation. But again, ladies and gentlemen, we want to say welcome to the Spoon Talk. We're going to start the show now because we have the counselor Tiawan Gongloe. Tiawan Gongloe is in studio. We are so happy. I'm so happy. He's here. I'm making vets. He won't talk to me, but now I'm going to interview him. So I always make people vets, Dr. Richardson.
Emo,
you know. You know.
somebody said that you have patient with sentence, sir.
Yes, you do. You really, you do. You have patience. Seriously. And but I'm happy that we have Councillor Tiawan Gongloe. Now let's set something straight. You remember yesterday we played a clip from Justice Basic, and Justice Basic said, "Listen, ultra-virus on the left, ultra-virus on the right. Fanatical Black had a speaker but no quorum. The majority black had a quorum but no speaker. You'll go solve your problem." And then after, I do believe Councillor Gongloe was representing the minority black or Funati Kofi. I stand to be corrected. And I do believe he will be speaking. He will be speaking on the decision. And now, I don't know that Richard saying we should take this to be the bill of information. There is only one justice opinion. I don't know whether we should. The councillor going to let us know. The councillor going to speak to the nation tonight. And also, don't forget, it's Councillor Gongloe running in Nima County. Or is he coming to support his sister Edith, my own dear Auntie Edith? Is he coming to support her in this race? Will we see a Gongloe in the race replacing Prince Ward Johnson, the late, may his soul rest in peace? Or what's the way forward? Under the watchful eyes of Councillor Tiawan Gongloe, is this government proceeding right? A lot of Liberian people want to know. He said he's moving with the broom to sweep corruption. You remember 2023? We call him the broom man. But on rules of law, is the government proceeding right? On good governance, on corruption, now on the international front, what his folks are telling him, because Councillor Gongloe is connected, not only in the United States, but within the region. The issue that people will go back and say, Joe, we are did it, Joe, we are did it, Joe, we are did it, and we are not starting in, let's talk about the ISO declaration. Today, the president suspended over 400 individuals. Is that suspension actually a suspension? We're going to ask the councillor. Are we looking at the councillor's support for Joseph Yima Barker up to 2029? What's his relationship with his homeboy, the Vice President Jeremiah Kwankun? We got a lot to discuss today, and it's all open season. So if you stay with us and you share our show right now, we can tell you we will take your question. Post your question. I will read your question to the councillor, and then we will go deep because this conversation is for you. We want to say thank you for joining us. We got about 30 seconds, 9:15. We're going to be bringing Councillor Tiawan Gongloe on. He's in the studio. It's 9:14 Liberia time. Dr. Richardson, you want to add anything before we clock the hours and bring in the councillor?
No, I don't have anything else to add. I'm just on the show today because I'm home. So usually I'm not on Wednesday. So
We're happy to have you. You're home because you love the spoon talk, not because you're home. But it's snow kept you home today. You couldn't work, and we're
yeah,
good to have you. So we're
my
happy.
classes
So
are canceled.
it's 9:15. We are pleased to bring in the Councilor Tiawan Gongloe. As always, Councilor Gongloe, thank you very much for joining us. Happy Wednesday to you. May God bless you. Thank you for being in our studio. Let's have a wonderful talk, and let's bring you in. You're officially welcome to the Spoon Talk. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. This is my second time in your studio, and I must say the atmosphere is good air
Thank you.
conditioning here. We want cold now because outside is really hot. But yeah, I'm happy to be here.
Councilor Tiawan, welcome to the show. The rest of the guys will be joining us. Due to the time difference, no whatsoever, our folks usually creep in. But I mean, you're in good hands. Dr. Richard C, who loved Nima County a lot, she's here with me, and she's making farming sexy in Africa, in Liberia as a whole. And I'm happy that she's joining me today, that we can speak to you. Councilor Tiawan Gongloe, thank you very much for joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, to all of you, please share our show on Facebook, on YouTube. Again, get to the radio station. Let's listen to the people's lawyer, Councilor Tiawan Gongloe. So let's get you your intro. Why are you here today? Why are you in the studio, sir?
Well, I'm here for us to hold some discussion on 20 issues: rule of law, anti-corruption, the general state of governance in the country. Let's hold conversation. Democracy is about agreeing and disagreeing, and we cannot promote democracy by silence.
Before we do that, I'd like to go ahead and just let's take this off the bat. What's the status of your party, the LPP?
The LPP is still in existence with the office in Congo Town, but immediately after election, it takes some time. People are looking for jobs. People are trying to reorganize themselves. And that's the general situation with every political party.
The last time we heard that you stepped down, you're no longer the stand-up bearer. Am I correct?
Well, you see, in our party, when the election is over, the position of stand-up bearer and vice stand-up bearer become unimportant, and the chairman takes over. That is what people did not understand. For example, when we read our statement to support Joseph Boakai, the statement was read by the chairman of the party because I was no more stand-up bearer. But I attended the reading. In fact, I helped to draft the statement. And some people were saying, "Oh, he didn't read the statement. That means he was not in support." They didn't understand. Now the party is run by the chairman. But there's a political culture in Liberia that if you run, you're a stand-up bearer, then they call you political leader of the party. That's just something that evolved, but it's not in the constitution of our party. Elections over.
So again, you are not the stand-up bearer.
No, I'm not a stand-up bearer. The next election, there will be other people whom I want to fight. And if I'm still interested, I will have to violate other people.
Is your party stay in relationship? That Richardson, can you please mute? When you're ready to speak, then we're going to meet you. Is your party stay in relationship with Unity Party?
We are not in relationship. We supported Unity Party in the second round, but we did not join an alliance. We don't have an alliance. We don't have anything written. We supported them to win. We were the first political party to do so, and other people came in. It is my understanding some people, had a more formal relationship. We don't have that. We felt that between the two candidates at the time, it was our best decision to support.
That decision that was blessed by you, that decision that was accepted by you at the time, a stand-up bearer though, again, but you were actually the leader of the party because you represent them by and through the National Election Commission to the election. Do you still hold yourself responsible for the decision made to support Joseph Yimambwaka? Is this let them move now to the government? Is this a government you anticipated?
No. When we pledged support for the Unity Party, we did it with a caveat. We have our 10-point agenda, and we believe that you are in a better position to implement the content of the 10-point agenda. If we see you deviating or not matching up, we will call your attention. So some months ago, the Liberian People's Party issued a major statement in which it recognized some of the good things, but then mentioned a lot of missteps. In fact, the word missteps now has become popular in Liberia, was introduced by the Liberian People's Party. We decided, we're a party that speaks truth to power. And many of us have been advocates. I've told people, I've been an advocate. Being a politician will not change me from speaking truth to power. And so we are pointing out some things because we hold ourselves as well morally responsible for rallying Liberian people behind the Unity Party to win. So we have a moral obligation to make it perform and to succeed. And we cannot do that by being quiet and letting things go. So we keep raising our voices all the time, writing about things that they do.
Councillor Gongloe, let me be fair here. I'm saying Akara's great, Glendy, Paul Kennedy, and Isido in the back. But I want to give a special because early bird always catch the big bit. And I want to give my sister Dr. Richardson a chance to ask her 2-3 questions. Then we can bring the latecomers on because first come, first serve. I'm having fun with you right now because the Liberian people need to have a lot of takeaway. Dr. Richardson will give you 3 questions. If you do have it, then we'll bring in the rest of the team.
Mr. Gongloe, it's good to see you. I'm happy to see you again in the studio and you speaking to the Liberian people. My question to you, if you wanted to state one of your dissatisfaction with this government, what would it be?
Rule of law, adherence to the rule of law, failure to adhere to the rule of law. That sets the tone for everything else. And it is getting very disappointing. Starting with, for example, given the fact that we were the first to pledge support to the party and giving our position as lawyers and for me as an advocate for many, many years, I appeared on 2 or 3 radio stations. I wrote in 2 or 3 newspapers, President Baka, you talk about government of inclusion. There is a formula for government of inclusion. The executive law, section 10.2 of the executive law says, as much as practicable, the president of Liberia shall appoint 1 cabinet minister from each of the counties of Liberia. That is the formula for government of inclusion that was enacted by the legislature way in the early 70s, 72 or 73 thereabout. If you appoint 15 cabinet ministers from the 15 counties, and you want to appoint the excess based on your classmates or your church mates or your tribe mate or county mate, whatever, at least you can say, I took an oath to obey, defend, and promote the Constitution and statute laws of Liberia. And one of those laws is the law that calls for participation in government, that each county is entitled to 1 cabinet post. And why? It's the executive that runs the government. And I think President Trump time, they felt, oh, 5 counties along the coast, from Cape Mount to Cape Palmas, have been running government. The 4 interior counties at that time, there were 9 counties, have not been participating, but they are producing a lot of educated people. Let's bring them in. Immediately after that law was passed, President Tubbo, as is Sam Jackson, he will confirm this. President Tubbo appointed James Babie, Minister of Defense, Jackson F. Doe, Minister of Education, Dr. Edward B. Kessley, Minister of Information, and Cho Kwaha from Grand Jury, Minister of Post and Telecommunication. But he did not listen to me. As someone who supported him, I said, you are talking about government of inclusion. Here is the formula. It was not followed. The next thing was to remove people from tenure positions. And the Supreme Court had an opinion on it from Weah's time. President Buakai didn't need to repeat the same mistake. And when he did so, the Supreme Court reaffirmed his decision. Then he said, oh, okay, somebody advised him, ill-advised him. We will suspend people from tenure position. They forgot to know that in the case NDPL versus the Senate involving Isaac Yanabo, when they tried to remove him as president pro tem, the Supreme Court said suspension is removal. If you don't have authority to remove, you can't suspend. Yet, he was advised to remove people from tenure position under suspension, which is a clear violation of the law, at least showing no respect for the interpretation of the law by the Supreme Court. Then the next major thing that happened is this thing in the House of Representatives. It's terrible. I mean, I've written, I've appeared on the radio, and you can't say I don't know law. I've been Solicitor General, I've been practicing law for more than 36 years. I teach law in the Louis Arthur Graham School of Law. Now I'm teaching in the new law school, writing on constitutional issues. The law is the law. If you meet on the Supreme Court explained it on. But when it came out after I did that, and the group quote unquote minority filed action, I wrote the Supreme Court. I want to appear as friend of the court, amicus curiae, and I wrote the brief discussing the issues. Article 33 and Article 49 are quite important. It says that Article 33, the House will meet, and if it does not have the simple majority of the act, then it will adjourn to compel the absent members to appear. In my view, the absent members were those also calling themselves majority. They were absent. This by law. And then they went on, they were not coming. If they had the number, the 2/3 majority to remove the speaker, they would have been in. But just because of difficulty, you can't say you're not abide by the law. The law is not made for the comfort of any individual. It's not made for quick fix or for expediency. The law is the law. And it went out. They say, oh, we are in majority. And they went on. Not honor the gavel of the speaker. And the Supreme Court said, look, under Article 49, when the House meet, it must be presided over by the presiding officer who's the speaker. So they went on and they said they have a new speaker. So as it is, there is an illegal speaker and a legitimate speaker. And the legitimate speaker is Kofa because he has not been removed from office legally. And that's why I said the other day the SONA was illegal because the person holding the gavel had no legal authority to hold that gavel. And he was presiding over the section. And that's why members of the Supreme Court did not attend. I said that. And Justice Boise confirmed that on Monday. I was sitting in court in Nimba and opening of court, and he said, but it's clear. And then they said, oh, the Supreme Court opinion is not clear. Who acted? Supreme Court said return to status quo ante when the case came. Return to status quo ante, which means go under the gavel of the speaker. Go back to where you were. At the end of the ruling, Supreme Court did not lift the status quo ante. It in fact said, if you don't go by Article 49 and Article 33, you are acting ultra virus. I went and did the research. In 60 cases before that opinion, Supreme Court has used the word ultra virus. But those cases were not political. They were land issues, there were other issues. Some people try to say, it was not controversial. Now, this is my broom. If I want to show it to you and say, Dr. Richardson, here's my broom. If you don't want to see it, you say, you'll be looking differently. Where is the broom? That's exactly what people are doing with the Supreme Court opinion. It's so clear to me. The people who acted were the so-called majority. They're the only ones that acted. The quote-unquote minority remain in its position, waiting for them to come. And then they are going on. And I said this is an early warning sign of conflict. You see what's happening? Yesterday, on a holiday, when government should not be functioning, hooliganism was displayed yesterday.
Yeah.
Where some people went in and broke the speaker's office, broke into it. Mm-hmm. That is wrong. Very bad example coming from the lawmakers. I started calling them lawbreakers long time. They're lawbreakers. They're not lawmakers. That's the honorable place. They are just a criminal place by their conduct. And it's all because of corruption. Because one of the lawmakers came and said, you know what? He gave us $15,000 to remove Kofa. And he carried $14,000, that amount to the LACC. I don't know where that investigation has gone. That's a major issue.
Thank you, Councillor. We're going to move on. Allow Dr. Richardson to ask her two questions, and then we're going to bring the guys to ask their question. There's a lot to discuss, so we want to be very fast with our question and answer. You're asking the word about the 15,000. We reached out. The lawmaker said, and I have to say this, Dr. Richardson, that you can come in. LDCC should pause on that investigation. They will address it internally. We reached out, Councillor Gongloe. The investigation about Collins reporting the allegation of bribery that James Collette offered him money and took $200 up. We have that famous video. They are saying, LDCC, stop your investigation. We in control. We will address it internally. We'll give you the chance to speak to that, Dr. Richardson. Go ahead, man.
Actually, thank you, Mr. Gongloe, for your in-depth answer to the question that I asked you. It was very thorough. My second question to you is, I blame the president to some extent for not taking a strong leadership stand. I've never heard him speak about what is happening in the Capitol building. Where do you stand on this? Do you hold the president responsible for some of the breakdown in the rule of law in our country, especially as
yes, with an exclamation mark, yes.
What would you have done?
All right. I work in the presidency with Dr. Sawyer for 4 years. A lot of presidential jobs are done in the night. I would have stayed in Italy and called Samuel Koga, called the other actors on both sides, and start talking to them. And start talking, engaging them. By the time I get to the library, I said, my son, I come to your house, I come and hold your feet. You want to support my government? I'm trying to get money in Europe here and things. By the time you say, I come to your house, you say, Papi, I don't want to come to your house. And presidential power in Liberia is highly respected. Is Nigeria respected? Is revered? Is like people worship presidents here. And the president say, I come and beg you. So no, Papi. Since you're telling me that one, let's stay now. Because of the president, I'm not pushing. Gentlemen, the president talked to me. Those things can happen. And then you can do some horse trading, the budgeting. Everybody want to be re-elected. Oh, I hear you got some cleaner business on your budget, all that one there. We'll talk about it. Horse trading goes everywhere. I mean, I saw Mandela in South Africa doing horse trading. I was working for the UN there. He went to King Goodwill Zwelithini and said, oh, I think you believe that when ANC takes over, your royal importance will die. No. We'll put you on budget. We will make you to address the Parliament of KwaZulu Natal. You and your family will have some vehicles for your order. I was trading in politics. So you have ways to quieting down quietly. It didn't happen. He let the thing exceed. Then the worst thing, he started writing first, instead of writing a speaker, sending the budget, he wrote first to the chief clerk, and then later on he started dealing with the lawbreakers and went by number, not by law. Politics is about number. Law is about reasoning, what the law is. So he started dealing with them and sending budget to them, the meeting. So they were really weak until the president actually started recognizing them. So he contributed to the conflict. And then the conflict continued until it was time for him to give a State of the Nation address. And he went under the gavel of the illegal group. Now, there is still a way to fix this. People should stop being arrogant. Go back to status quo ante. This is a country of rule of law. Obey the Supreme Court opinion. Go back in the hall with Speaker Kofa presiding and say the first issue on the agenda after prayers and after taking attendance is our complaint against you. Mr. Speaker, you recuse yourself for us to investigate you. And then they'll go. If they have the number, they will vote him out peacefully. Then the law is in order. Anything other than that is just illegality building upon. And they feel that they have elected a speaker, and his speaker is lawful to them, and somebody is saying he's still speaker, they file, there's the control law. File a petition for co-warranto. There's something provided for in our law. That you people who are usurping office, you file co-warranto before the Supreme Court. But they can't do that because if the current speaker, so-called majority speaker, files something, the court will say, who are you? So they are caught. You see, they try to take shortcut and they're in trouble. So that's where the problem is. The other problem is, the president say, oh, there will be no business as usual. It is just so much. Under President Weah, somebody was killing Kakata, a security man, and say he shot himself 3 times. I talk about that on the radio. I said, how can somebody shoot himself 3 times? Under this government, an army man, that one was EPS. Under this government, an army man is reported to have shot himself 6 times. Liberia is a wonderful place. He shot himself 6 times. And we know anything about the investigation. Then President Weah sent a police officer from Sierra Leone back to Sierra Leone in violation of international law, the Refugee Convention of 1951. Then President Parker said business will not be as usual. But he sent a Guinean back to Guinea, who was wanted by the Guinean government on the claim that he wanted to overthrow, or you are planning to overthrow the Guinean government. We don't know what is happening. Yet, and I want you to know this, since Ghana gained independence in 1957, in other countries in 1960, 61, no country in this region has ever sent any Liberian fugitive back here. No country. Otherwise, the late Prince Johnson, even so many, I don't want to call all their names, would have been here dead or not do. I'm not sure, but even my brother Sam Jackson, a lot of people ran over from here and went in the sub-region, and nobody sent them back, even though the Doe government wanted them back. People ran over from Taylor, nobody sent. I ran over from Taylor in Ghana, nobody sent me back. Nobody else. Then who keeps sending people back recently? Don't know where. When Costa left, and then the real government wanted Costa, so everyone said, no, we have our international obligation. We respect international law. When somebody comes to your country taking refuge, there is the principle of non-refoulement under the 1951 Refugee Convention that says you can't send people back who are afraid, run away from fear of persecution, come to your country. Then we say with the others country, what's wrong with us? Yet Liberia is the original signatory to all these conventions. We were there. We formed the United Nations. We were the first country in Africa signing.
That's why we have to cover a lot. So we're begging you.
You know, sorry,
can,
but you know, like, these questions really stimulate emotional reaction, especially when you.
I agree. But let me ask you a question, because you said that it had never happened since Charlie King time. But didn't Nigeria send Chancellor back and you received Chancellor?
Oh. That was an arrangement that was made when, if you follow it, when Obasanjo was receiving Charles Taylor. He said, when an elected government requests for Mr. Taylor, I will turn him over. That was the arrangement in Mill and Thabo Mbeki, and President Kufuor, Chisano of ECOWAS at that time, and President Obasanjo. That was an arrangement. That was an agreement.
Before Chancellor left, they had that.
Nobody had gone to Nigeria and been sent back.
No, help us understand, Chancellor. Help us understand, because maybe it was the war. We were much younger. We didn't follow, right? Or maybe we were out of the country. So please allow us to understand. They had an arrangement, as you are saying, prior to Chancellor leaving Liberia, going to Nigeria.
Yes, it was an arrangement that the mediators said, okay, look, you will receive. Obasanjo said, I will take Taylor. And when a government is elected, after Judy Bryant, when somebody is elected, and that president makes a request, I will turn Taylor over to that president. And President Sally made the request.
Did Taylor know of those arrangements prior to leaving?
It was not in secret, though.
No, I was in America. They're watching you.
Listen, I was in America. I was in the newspaper. I was not secret. This was part of the arrangement to bring peace to Liberia.
No, but instead of folks saying you are in error, you're saying no. There was no arrangement that allowed Taylor to leave the country, believing that he will be turned over to an elected government to then be turned over to the American or.
Yeah, but don't forget that the indictment was concealed in Ghana during the Accra conference by David Crane. In fact, I had an occasion to meet him at Harvard when I was a research fellow there. And I said, why do you think that another African leader will arrest an African leader in his country? He said, Tiawan, you think I'm crazy? I knew they would not. All I wanted was for Taylor to leave from the conference so that the conference can go on. And that's exactly what happened. As soon as he unsealed the indictment, Taylor left Ghana, and the meeting was able to conclude. But this was an arrangement. Otherwise, President Obasanjo will not have turned Taylor over based on the request.
We're gonna make progress. I just need to ask the folks question that they are sending to us. Again, folks, please share the show. We have the Councillor Tiawan Gongloe. We want to say, please do follow us. Turn off the radio. Let's have fun, and we'll try to cover all of our major topics for today. After the Honorable Tiawan Gongloe, we'll be bringing in Edwin Mervyn Snow in our second segment. Dr. Richardson, thank you very much. Let me bring in the rest of the guys to ask their question. I will start with my sister, Glennie. Glennie, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Hello, Councillor Gongloe. How are you?
Hello, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you. So I'm hearing, listening to you, I sense there are some frustrations with the responses that you're getting from the government. I want to ask you directly, have you had any one-on-one conversation with the president of Liberia based on what some of your concerns are?
Well, let me say this about the presidency. When the president calls you, it's easy. I'm a lawyer. I'm practicing law. I'm also teaching at 2 law schools. I'm doing all kinds of, I'm doing workshops. I was in Kipamos last week training journalists to report on war and economic crimes, all of that. So if the president calls me, I'll go there anytime. And as someone who supported him, I believe the president can get any advice he wants. And he would have called some of us who ran on various tickets to say, these are leaders of the country. Can we have breakfast? Let's talk Liberia. We'll do it. In fairness to Taylor, I used to do it. I was an activist in town, big human rights lawyer. My number was number 17. Taylor used to have citizen conference at the parlor of the executive mansion. And Blambo Nelson, the Minister of State for Presidential Affairs, we have security officer bringing my letter way down Gator in Tuareg. Oh, I was there. And I will oblige, I will go to the meeting. I saw Dr. Sawyer many times calling the late Clarence Simpson, the late Ambassador S. Edward, I think it's Phil, I forgot it. So you were calling people and talking to them this Taylor issue, the MPF and all of that, and it will give him advice. Councillor Finley, Councillor Momo Jones, all these people will come. They will have breakfast, and he will send some people to Banga, and they will go through Ivory Coast, go in, talk to Taylor, come back, and give a feeling of how, and he will develop his own wisdom from there on. President can get any advice you want. If the president calls me, I'll go there. But to make an appointment to see the president, that's easy thing. I can tell you that.
All right. So, is there one or two questions?
Ask your second question, Glennie, please.
All right. So my second question is directly about what occurred yesterday at the Capitol building with the representative who acted very, I don't even want to describe what was done. You as a legal practitioner, what should happen to that representative? Should he not be held responsible for what he did, for the lawlessness that occurred yesterday that we watched? What would be your advice?
If the error in the arrest agenda is rule of law, then he should be held accountable. I mean, yesterday was a non-dies day. That's what I call it in law. And not day for any work. Holiday. We're observing our Armed Forces Day. And you go on to engage in something that, that just high-level hooliganism, and he should be arrested. I'm trying to call one of the police officers who was my student in the law school. They said that the criminal law, I taught you there. You sit down, you're a lawyer, and you're holding a position, you're here, this thing, you go there. You are there to protect, property and to safeguard the lives of people and all of that. We cannot have this happen. This is a complete lack of respect for the rule of law.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor.
Well, Councillor Gongloe, thank you very much. We're going to bring in Moses Sakari's great. Sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let me say good evening to all. Councillor, thank you for your appearance. You're one of those persons that I've admired. But quickly to my issue. The judiciary and the legislature have a police power. And that police power has to do with contempt of the court or the legislature, where there's a sergeant or arm at the legislature. And at the court, you have the sheriff or the marshal to enforce the ruling of the court. Or in the legislature, the sergeant at arm enforces the decision. Ahead in contempt, and you're running around. Now that you have called Rachel Kuhn illegal, I do agree with you. With this violation of the court order, that the court has said clearly that your sitting is illegal and you are not the speaker by the ruling of the court. We cannot even sit under you. What stops the court from using that police power for using that police power, especially when the majority black led by Richard Coon is not respecting the court order that is the Supreme Court ruling? That's my question number one. My question number two is this. The Minister of Justice provided an interpretation of the Supreme Court ruling. The court again took no action against the misinterpretation of their ruling, only that, but he also contributed to the current chaos. And I know there's a disciplinary committee in terms of your own code of conduct at the judiciary level when some of these things happen in terms of misrepresentation, undermining, bringing the body to public disrepute, like bringing the court to public disrepute and all of those things. What is your candid opinion on the two assertions that I just made? One, that the court should use its contempt power.
Okay, I understand. Let's take some time. Look, the court sometimes do take judicial notice and act. But most often, the normal way is for the court to receive information by way of petition, by action, by whatever. And I think some people in the House have done the right thing. They filed a bill of information that is before the court. I believe the court at some point will act. No statute of limitation run yet. So when the court decides to hear the bill of information, all of these violations that you are pointing to will come up. And then the court will give a ruling. Don't forget, there have been cases where the Supreme Court has held attorney generals in contempt and sometimes suspended them. Those things have happened. But the court still has time to act. And so that's not something for grievance and ethics committee. Now, the court may by itself take action, investigate, and take an action. So, no, it's not late. I think when the court hears the bill of information, it will act.
Thank you very much, sir. We appreciate you. I'm going to bring in. You got something to add, Greg?
No. I just asked my two questions, and that's
Thank you. The reason why, can we just mute Honorable Greg, please, just not to have that interference? Let me bring in Isaac Doe. Isaac Doe, welcome to the show.
Thank you. And the legal counsel, I usually refer to you as the man of law. It's nice talking to you. You know, I'm from Maryland County, Harper specifically, and recently I saw one of my friends, Wellington Dennis, a journalist there, who posted a picture of you and was expressing his excitement at meeting you. So I want to thank you for taking your stellar career to Maryland in helping our people to ensure good things come from there. Thank you so much for that. I want to go from a different route. So far, everyone is asking you the questions that Liberians need to know more about. So let me bring my own from a little different perspective that may not be into the same thing. One, currently of recent, you represented former CBL governor. Before that case, we heard all around the country of corruption, of stealing, of blah, blah, blah. Only to have the government settle the very CBL governor that you represented. I wanted to find out from you, Councillor, after the government has settled those who were there, including your client, can this very same government come back at any time in the future to say they want to persecute? Because I know once pressure gets on the government to prove their allegations that they will want to find something somehow from somewhere. Do you think the government will be in any standing anytime in the future to go after your clients and even those who they settled already? That's my first question.
So if the government has through investigation found out that my client or all those people who are settled are culpable, they will go after them. In fact, when the case was on, somebody was saying, "Oh, Tiawan Gongloe, you carried a broom around. How can you represent someone who was accused of not complying or accused of corruption?" I said, "Look, if the government has a case on my client, there's nothing that stops the government from going to the grand jury and indicting the man and putting on trial. But there's no case here. The intent was just to remove him to put a regime-friendly person, the central bank. But that just stops the government if it finds that it has evidence of corruption from prosecuting anyone."
Well, and thank you. So to my second question, like I said, I will be coming from a different point since almost everyone is asking the same question I was asked. You know, I earlier on spoke of my origin from Meriden County, a place that I hold dear to my heart. So when something concerns there, I'm very much passionate about it. Councillor, my second question is about Madame Glorious Musu's card and a case involving the late Shalom Musu, who was gruesomely killed. As of today, it does seem from me that that little girl's death just ended up like that with no one as the perpetrator in jail till today. I wanted to ask you, you are a legal person. Jerome Verdier is in a class like you. Few months back, Jerome Verdier was on this very same Spoon Talk, giving a description as if he was narrating a Nigerian movie in what happened. He blatantly accused Jefferson Koji and others of being directly involved in that. Now, this government is in power that Jerome Verdier supported. Don't you think, as a legal person, to save his reputation and to prove to the people that his allegations were not baseless and lies and propaganda, that he needs to come forward now to ensure he presents those evidence to have whoever he said was responsible held by the law? Don't you think it would be the right thing to do as a legal person?
Well, it's the right thing to do. It's in public interest for us to get to the bottom of this case. I mean, I said at that time, the fact that the pathologist, I think from the defense side, said that there was a male DNA found on the fingers of the girl that the police needed to keep investigating to get to the bottom of the case. Just because some people are acquitted does not mean that investigation should end, because somebody has to be held accountable for what happened. So I think it's good for the evidence to be brought forward. I think it's important that happens. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Councillor. We're going to bring in Paul Kennedy. Paul, your question, please.
Thank you very much. Good evening to the Liberian people. Good evening, Councillor. How are you?
Good evening.
Well, it's a privilege to have the time to speak with you on this forum. Councillor, your experience in politics and litigation and everything, it's not questionable. You've run several times for presidency of Liberia. Now that we're seeing our country is being challenged.
One time. Not several times, one time.
One time. Thanks for the correction. For presidency of Liberia. We see the unemployment rate is getting really high. Challenges, the country is difficult. What will you do, Councillor, if you were president of Liberia today, looking at all of the international challenges where you say withdraw and all of that? What will you do?
Okay, good question. Look, We need to free up the resources to provide social services, to invest in infrastructure, education, health services, all of these activities can generate employment. We need to give jobs to our carpenters. I was surprised recently when I think MCSL or the Education Ministry was showcasing chairs from China. And they, what are you doing? You are giving jobs to Chinese carpenters. We have 43% of the remaining tropical species right here in Liberia. Why don't you give that contract to Liberian carpenters? You will create jobs by that. And then, look, the worst thing, the way we do our budgeting, we have to turn it around. About 90% of our budget is on recurring expenditure, salaries and benefits. So out of every dollar, only 10 cents is there for road, for education, for agriculture, for health. How are we ever going to develop? Because it's development that brings jobs. So that's the problem that we have. Then the convoys, the president has 2 presidential convoys. That one started from Taylor's time because even though they now have 2 presidential convoys, Tupper had only 3 cars. I was on the university campus, I was on the dormitory. 3 cars would come from Benton in the morning, the Jaguar and 2 other cars. The vice president had 1 car, a Mercedes-Benz, I remember the brown Mercedes-Benz, with 1 police motorcycle in front of it. Today, everybody got convoy, you know, and the vice president got 2 convoys, president got 2 convoys, and so many ministers, you see the siren all over the place. If they free, and then the salaries. There are people in our Liberian government at the top level that make higher than people holding comparable positions in the United States of America. For example, the president pro tem of the Liberian Senate earned $254,000 US last year. The president pro tem of the United States Senate earned $193,000. Does it make sense for the president pro tem of the 8th poorest country in the world to be making higher salary than the president pro tem of the richest country in the world? That is the thing that is causing trouble. If we turn the priorities around and President Trump was making $3,000 a month, at least that the last salary you got is written in the law, $36,000 a year. With the austerity that we need now to adjust ourselves to the withdrawal, cutting down aid, we need our president to be making $3,000 a month, and nobody in government should make higher than that. Free up the resources to invest, create jobs in construction, in health services, and all. We need to do that. That's what other countries have done. Then, you know, so I mean, when you talk about Liberian issues, you just get so angry because 1% of the population of Liberia has been benefiting from the income generated from the resources of this country for a time immemorial. A happy honor tree party, 1%. Honor the military government, 1%. Honor Taylor and all the other government, 1%. So they deliberately create poverty so that the people are there to vote for them. Because a poor person, a person who lives in a constant state of necessity, is not a free man by nature. I said it when I was running campaign, I wanted 354 towns. I said, they're not coming now. I'm coming 1 year ahead. They will come 3 months to the election to get you back arrest to vote for them. That's exactly what happened. Yeah. None of the candidates that did well participated in debate. They didn't get on the radio to tell people they're playing. Some people, I'm not disappointed about Baka in some respect because he didn't tell us initially what he would do. I told somebody, but why you voted for Baka? I said, if somebody stabbed you last year, whether you carry you to the hospital, the person who stabbed you today that won infection, that the situation we're in. I have said that CDC has taken us to the ICU. People have supported CDC. That means I'm telling say, well, we're holding the plot of Liberia for Liberia to die. So I said, well, the one who stabbed me last year, maybe he had changed a little bit and we readjust and do better. That was logical thinking, but that's why I'm disappointed because it's not happening. Nothing new.
Thank you, Councillor. My second question will bring you back to what was happening in the House of Representatives. Since August of last year, we've been talking about how people are, evading the rule of laws. What is the next step? Without giving us too much to undermine whatever the court will be saying, what will be a next step to bring this fracas that is in the lower house to a complete end from a legal perspective?
I just said, the Supreme Court said go to status quo ante. Let them put pride aside, go under the gavel of Kofa, and properly remove him if that's what they intend to do. By what the Constitution says, that's the way to do it. There's not when the ECOWAS delegation came here, the ECOWAS Parliament, it's my understanding that's what they told them. Ladies and gentlemen, that's how we do parliamentary business. We do in the hall. Go back in the hall, allow the speaker to call the meeting to order. After a roll call, the first issue on the agenda should be your complaint against the speaker. And then, Mr. Speaker, you should then recuse yourself. It is my understanding he agreed to do that. But the other side said no. They don't want to say, oh, no, we can't do grumble, or, might makes right. We are not in a jungle where the strongest survive. We are on a rule of law in at least civilized society where the weakest person can win the strongest person based on law. Let's just do that. Because we are looking terrible, as Mr. Cummings was saying in his talk today, that he traveled all over the African people. I said, what's happening in Liberia? And we like to say we are the oldest country, but we must show maturity in everything we do now. Just like, I don't keep making mistakes. Like yesterday, I told someone to say, oh, you like to raise organization in my law class today. Every country in the world, it's not normal for the commander-in-chief of another country to come and address your armed forces on their armed forces day. That's not the way to do it. Because the commander-in-chief addresses his armed forces on armed forces day. And you know what makes it bad? Because I read history. The armed forces day that we celebrate, February 11th, was the day a British man from the Sierra Leone territory of Great Britain, who was hired by President Barclay to train the frontier force, led mutiny against President Barclay. And that mutiny was quelled by the militia of Liberia. And it is for their bravery and sacrifices to stop that mutiny that February 11th was declared holiday in 1957. And then you bring Sierra Leone president to commemorate that day, where a Sierra Leonean tried to carry out mutiny against our president. To be president, you gotta be okra with history and all that. People have to tell you. And there are people who, go to this history I'm telling you is written on the Defense Ministry website.
We will follow it. Thank you, Councillor. Thank you. Let me bring in Uncle Sam Jackson.
Councillor Gongloe, welcome. Nice to see you. Yeah, I see the years and years and years of the struggle continuing. Looking on our faces today, the young boy I met in 1979 has become the age and councillor today. So I guess that's grace from God. Look, I want to ask you a few questions because somebody's going to be historical. I'm not going to go into the issue of the case because clearly you've basically indicated that the whole thing was illegal. So there's not much for me to go into. But I just want to ask you about President Boakai. People come up with this thing that President Boakai was one of the progressives. Can you basically tell the Liberian people yes or no and why? Was President Boyka involved with the progressive movement, or is this a myth, or is this truth? Can you just indicate that? That's
It's
my
a
first
myth.
question.
It's somebody's dream. Let me tell you, I started getting associated with the progressives from high school when the year I graduated in 1976. I never heard it. In fact, what I heard that time was that President Boyka, as a student at the University of Liberia, did not join the Student Unification Party. He supported Anderson, who was in the SDP that was considered a pro-regime, a pro-Tory party. You know, so, and when SUP was formed in 1970, the first tenor barrel came from Lofa and the chairman from Nimba. First tenor barrel, Frederick Gobawale and Omer Dolo from Michael Dolo from Sanikole. And he decided that, oh, Gobawale can speak English, that Anderson came from CWA like him. And all in the 70s, he was with the Tory party, working with LPMC in Lofa. And then on, I heard about his joining UPP around the interim government time when we were going to the 1997 election. I heard. And you can say it better because you are in UPP. But in terms of the tough days of the struggle in the 70s and even the 80s, no.
Okay. So clearly, Mawata and the rest of my friends out there, Joseph Nima Boyka did not participate in any advocacy or any progressive movement in the history of Liberia. Second question, history again. The young people say, we destroy Liberia, the progressives. But I want for you to just, in historical sequence, the Brownell Commission report, they never read the Brownell Commission report. They never read the pamphlet by Albert Port. They did Morovia Stool Still. And they never read the seminal report of the TRC. Can you, because they said I'm not this,
so
I'm not this.
let me come to that. Recently, when I went to
Councilor, let me finish. Councilor, let me finish. When I tell them this, they want to chop my head off. Please tell them the historical evidence about why there is a revisionist, is a lie that the progressives did not destroy Liberia based upon the Brownell Commission report, the Port pamphlet, the did Morovia Stool Still, and the TRC report. Please speak to that.
They can find a Brownell Commission report in George Bully's book, The Rise and Fall of Liberia, in the index. He did a good job there. But let me say this. At the Lesson Dokupi funeral recently in Feasible, I was given the opportunity to pay tribute. And I said, let me say this. Among other things, I said, we were good troublemakers in the 70s and 80s. It is our troublemaking that put Nim Lewia in a mansion, now Nim Boakai in a mansion. That any Nim, Johnson, Boakai, Henry, Williamson, Yakwalo, all had equal rights to be president, vice president, speaker, president pro tem, chief justice, justice of the Supreme Court. That any name can go there. It is our good troublemaking that made this place free. There's a level playing field. The only thing that we still have to work on is the level of greed. This corruption is making our good trouble not to benefit the majority of the people, because people are eating so much that the level of suffering in the country is difficult to even explain. I just came from Maryland. You see the airport there, my God. You see Hapua, you see there's beautiful city that are run down. Poverty is all over the country. Whether you're in Fishtown, you're in Kamyeke, or you're in Bakedu, everywhere there's poverty. Only because of the organized deprivation by a few corrupt people. That's why I keep talking about, bro. We need to sweep corruption from Liberia. That's the only impediment to our development. And we can only do that by using the rule of law. So the progressive did not contribute to destroying Liberia. We were fighting for transformation. We were fighting to challenge the Tree Party and the coup king as a result of the coup.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gongloe. Folks, thanks for sharing our show. Your comment is very important. Let's make progress with the People's Councillor, the poor man lawyer, Councillor Tiawan Gongloe. Let me bring in another councillor here from the United States, Councillor Gamadat Clinton.
Thank you, Councillor. You know, we follow you a lot in Liberia. Your history in the country is there. It's going to be calm to you. I don't have a lot, any question. I listened to the rest of the panel. They pretty much cover everything. I would like to say thanks for coming. I wish you well in your fight for Liberia. You've been doing it for a long time now. The country hasn't changed much yet, but you're continuing to do it, and we are very glad that you're still here pushing that. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Clinton. Again, because of Councillor Gongloe, Clinton decided to be a lawyer, and I think that's so inspiring. Thank you very much to you, Councillor Gongloe. Allow me to bring in Gibson Jerry. Isaac, we'll bring you back. Let me bring in Gibson Jerry. You've been in the back. Welcome to the show, Brother Gibson. We have your political leader or your former standard bearer, either which. Welcome to the show, Gibson. Your question for Councillor Gongloe.
Well, I've been listening through our Councillor. My first question would be, is it still possible that COFA can have...
Gibson, you got something playing in the back. Can you please turn it off? Thank you.
Is it possible that COFA can still have a legal reprieve in this situation?
Stanton, can you repeat that for me? I didn't.
Gibson, try again.
You hear me?
It was not clear to me. Can someone help me?
Gibson, try again. Let's see if we can get you.
I wanted to, let me beat my stuff up.
You want to go out and come back in? All right. So guess we're going to go out and come back. And Councillor, let me just take this time to ready. We're going to do one more round with you, give you enough time to answer number one. I also try to ask this question, but the answer that you gave, I really want us to take our time. You give me a reason why you represented Aloysius Talu again, please, sir.
I had said on the radio, removing people from tenure position is unconstitutional, is illegal. And he heard me. And then he came to me. I said, we'll defend his right to be there because that's arbitrariness. The central bank is an independent regulatory body that needs to be outside the ambit of politics. It regulates our commercial banks. It even controls the insurance. It sets the interest rate. It does all kinds of things. And when people complain about banks, they adjudicate. So it has its regulatory and its quasi-judiciary.
I understand, Councillor. I just wanted to run quick because we got to save time here. So right. you represented Aloysius Talu, the now former bank governor. They gave him a huge amount, plenty of money. And I believe you're doing your job. It got nothing to do with you. Can you tell the nation as to the position of this government? Will they also go through the tenure position, those that were suspended, removed illegally now, probably so, that they want to compensate them?
So it's part of the waste I was talking about. So you remove people from position for political reasons. You, as it is, for the next 2 years, the government is going to be paying double salary for the central bank governor because the man who is there now will be getting the same salary. If you do that for all those people you remove to create space for your people, it is wasting money. You know, if people do something, find the evidence, investigate them, prosecute them one by one. But to just come over and then you remove people, you know, LTA.
Did you go in to settle? Because they get some lawyer that can only settle. Did you go in to settle, or you went in to already vindicate your?
You want to start now?
So wait. Let me say this. We filed prohibition. We filed our brief. Government did not file any brief. Go check the file. The brief was so strong that government could not counter it. It was government that called for settlement, not us.
Oh, the government called for settlement,
Yeah.
but we got a letter over here saying your client notice of voluntary discontinuance.
That the lawyer will explain to you. That what happens when y'all settle, then you withdraw the case. All right, but go check the record. The lawyer will tell you there's no brief for the government there.
How much the total amount you guys settled on? If that amount, the reflected amount, you guys agree on, or are they still lying to the public here?
No, that is salary now. It's salary. They calculated his salary and given him for 2 years. The thing is,
Honorable Councilor, please forgive my ignorance here, please. Probably you would say so. Is this amount that is in question, is it every year, or is it the amount times 2, or is just this amount that will be divided in 2 years?
The total amount of money he will have received if he has stayed on the job until his tenure expires. So that's what they gave him, because and it's consistent with the Supreme Court opinion in many cases in the labor law. If you are on a contract and for no reason you are removed, then you are paid for the.
Now, are you going to represent those folks from LTA too, the NASCAR lady and other folks that have been removed? Will you represent them, and you feel so good now that the government will have to compensate them?
A response to that question will be unethical. Here in Liberia, maybe in other, I think America to do it. We don't advertise here. We don't look for. We don't do that.
No, we get free advertisement, but I respect that. You don't want to answer.
So I cannot answer that question. You know,
if it is not you, let me reframe the question. Let me reframe the question. I don't want to put you in a situation here. If it is not you, do you think the orders now, based on a lawsuit started result, they can also have compensation from this government?
Yeah, I mean, they will go to other lawyers, and the lawyers will represent them. I'm not representing them, so I can't say much, and I don't want to be hypothetical about this. I had a case, we've dealt with that, and I'm not going to go into other people's cases.
Thank you very much, Councilor. My last question here, ladies and gentlemen, if you do have a question, please send it. We'd love to ask Councilor Tiawan Gongloe. Looking at everything you're looking at today, will you run 2029, or it is too early to call?
You know, when they ask me that question, some of the candidates that ran 2023 are gone already to answer their call. I am available to do whatever Liberian people want, but I'm not going to be definite at this point about that, because I don't know what the woman will do tomorrow. I start talking about contract. And then tomorrow they'll say, "Oh, Councilor Gongloe is a
Councilor, you'll be around for the long time. Trust me. Are you also? I heard that you don't eat sugar. You drink pepper soup. You are on your healthy diet, and to go.
I do 250 push-ups every day.
Councilor, don't do that. I will try you. Don't do that, Councilor. I will try you on this.
You have collapsed, oh. One of my seniors is a soldier. He wants to buy convention. He wants to buy convention. He said, come down and say he can do exercise.
Now, only challenge.
By the time we reach that, he collapsed. I was still going.
Counselor, I'm gonna put you on. I'm gonna put you on WhatsApp video, and we'll try it one day. But let me ask you a question, Counselor. Are you in the race in Nema County? Are you running for the senatorial
No,
race?
no, I'm not ready.
Is your sister
I
running?
have
You
said,
think you're going to
I've
support
said
her?
a long time. Listen, I've said a long time. I'm not a local politician. I will never participate in any election in Nimba. I'm a transformer. I want a job that Liberia will give me to change the situation in Liberia, fighting corruption, because I have record for that working in government.
My last question.
So I'm not
What's
confused
going
about
on?
going so. No.
I respect that. Councilor, what's going on today? My last question on the current event today. The president suspended over 400 individuals because they failed to declare the asset. Now, let's go back in history. The president forgave them within the first 10 days. He forgave them after 1 year. Today, he came out with suspension. What say you?
It's not as effective as when you called them last year to a special cabinet meeting and say, I beg you declare your assets. The next day, I appear on Spoon TV and say the president just abdicated power yesterday. He lost being president de facto. The people who are begging now became the president, because what he should have done was in 24 hours, if you don't declare, I say you are dismissed. So this thing will not have much effect.
What you mean? What you mean?
It's belated at 400. It's belated.
The president suspended Lassana Conte. He's serving as ambassador to Washington, D.C., Louis Brown, permanent representative on the UN, and we can go down the list. But these people were just sent. They were confirmed by the chair on foreign relations, Darius DeLong, and his colleague. They were sent without declaring the asset, and now they are working. But here we go, Councilor. The president, is he calling them back home to serve the suspension, or are they serving the suspension while working? Help us understand. What's the meaning of this suspension?
I'm not paying attention to that, because the timing, in my view, this thing is belated. It will not have the kind of effect it should have on other people who will come into government, because the civil society actors, the journalists, everybody have talked about this over and over and over. And by the way, Louis Brown should not have been in New York. I said, President Walker, if you are serious about having one economic crimes code, you cannot send someone accused of being a war criminal to New York, to the United Nations, to raise funds to enable the establishment of the code. Who does that? It just, it's not consistent with my own common sense that the man who should be indicted is the one that is going to convince the world to raise money and set up the court. I told him, send Louis Brown to Brazil, send him to Indonesia, send him somewhere, not even in West Africa, because the war affected the whole of West Africa. Why are you sending him to New York to speak to the world to raise money? Wrong messenger. It undermines trust in the president's commitment for the establishment of one economic crimes code.
The Councilor Tiawan Gongloe, we're going to come out with Dr. Richardson. Dr. Richardson, for a question, and let's make round on this one. Then we're going to excuse the Councilor. Guys, realize that it's 10:30 in Liberia within 2 minutes. We don't want to keep the Councilor too long.
Did you want Jeru to go? Jeru?
No, I want Dr. Richardson to go. That Jeru political leader is nothing strange you're about to ask anyway.
Okay, Councilor Gongloe, actually, you're making a lot of sense, in terms of how you're explaining issues relating to Liberia to me. My question to you, I know you might not want to discuss this, and I'm okay if you say, you plead the fifth. It's about Nima politics. We're going to be having elections soon in Nima, and they've called names like Harrison Yelu, your sister Edith Gongloe, and Koga. Can you speak to those candidates for us? Like, I don't want to put words in my mouth. Like, who do you support? Because, well, I wouldn't put words in your mouth. But can you speak to those candidates that I named to you? What do you think they're?
Mm-hmm. We have time. When they become candidates and we know them, we are still hearing rumors, many more names. So the Election Commission spoke recently. They issued a rate. So let's hear the names. When they come out, then we will make our decision.
Can you go by the names I'm giving you, even though the National Election Commission has not officially spoken? But I'm just throwing these names to you. What do you think about them? Your Edith. I tell you, Mr. Yelu. I'm also giving you Mr. Koga. Mr. Koga is well known in Liberia because he controlling the anti.
So let me say this. You know, I know my
Jump over Prince Johnson body.
Please don't. I'm not talking about poor culture. Let me say this. Nimba County has to give opportunities to those who have not had it. Right now, there's no woman in the legislature for Nimba. Also, the two candidates that I believe, people could be looking at, Belegay.
There's nobody in the legislature for Nimba?
No female.
Oh, female. Okay.
No female, sorry. No female in the legislature for Nimba. The every district in Nimba, except for 2 districts, have produced senator. Yahweh Mesno district, that Tiawan Gongloe comes from, and Belegay, that Yelu comes from. These 2 have not produced senators. Tabata district has produced T.Q. Harris Sr., Catherine Cummings, David Toway, and Margaret Kemmer, 4. Zoge, that Prince Johnson came from, produced Jackson Hebdo, Prince Yelu Johnson. No, even before Prince Johnson, Edo Komosaka was elected. He went into the Senate. Then he resigned to be appointed Minister of Internal Affairs. So, and then Prince Johnson. So, 3 senators. When you come to Sekli PMR, Johnny Voka, Hillary Bombley from that area. So you see, we have not had senators from these 2 districts. And so I think if our people in Nimba want to be fair, first, Ideka number 1, because that's the only lady that is running. We have to be gender balanced. We have to show sensitivity that we Nimba people also love our daughters. In fact, Nimba is called Nemba. Nemba means the hill that the spinsters slept on. So it's a candidate named after spinsters, young women, our daughters. How can we exclude them? So so I would think either number 1 and then Garrison Yelu from the area that have never produced a senator. But
thank you very much.
For fairness.
Thank you, Council. Let me bring in Glenny updated that wishes. And Glenny, go ahead.
Councillor Gongloe, I want to ask you hypothetically, if you were Chief Justice of the Republic of Liberia, would you have led the Supreme Court the way it's currently being led as it relates to the crisis now, the crisis we have with the majority and minority bloc?
That's a question that I will plead the fifth on. I refuse to answer that question. It's a troubling hypothetical. Because we have learned, I don't know, their opinion, there are too many things. Administration, whatever, is too low. I don't,
All right, thank you.
A question.
Thank you.
Paul Kennedy.
Yeah, Councillor, thank you. Let me bring you back to this whole election thing. With the exception of President Taylor, President Doe, and President Salif, who got elected senator and never took her position, most of the people who became president of Liberia went through the legislature. Away they show their leadership in some being in the ability of being elected, because you need a constituent. But here you are telling us you're not going to play local politics. How do you test your electability? Councillor? How do you tell the Liberian people you have a constituent and you have the ability to be elected?
So some have not been ministers. I've been a minister, I've controlled budget, I've controlled people. All right. President Salif did not serve in the Senate. Yeah, she was elected, but she did not serve in the Senate. And it took a long time before she ran for the presidency. President Boakai did not serve in the Senate or in the House. He was vice president presiding over the Senate. So, of recent time, over the past 4 decades, the only person, maybe even 6 decades, the only president who has been Senate member of the legislature and from there straight to the presidency has been President George Weah. So it's not a good sample to use to judge, what action people should take. I've been Solicitor General. I've done things, and I have all over the country. I've been serving people as lawyer, giving a lot of free services. Everywhere I went in the country, people say, "That's not your time." Oh, the mayor in Jagaken. You remember you free my sister from the prisoner bench? That's in River G. I went to Bonk and the 2 persons in winter say 1990 days you did that. That's all I got. Everywhere I went, I couldn't remember I was being political. When you say you remember, I just say, yeah. There are too many parts there. So that for me is bigger than even one population base.
Were you offered a job in this government, Councillor?
Yes.
As to do what? Which position?
Look, let me say this now. I want to see President Boakai with my running mate. And after our discussion, I said to him, I want to advise you. Don't recycle ministers. Don't bring back people who have been ministers before. There are too many Liberians, there are too many talented people. And he likes parables. So I say, if 2nd grade students don't go to 3rd grade, then what chance is there for the 1st grade students? You got to keep the flow so that other people can show their talents. Please don't bring back old ministers, whatever position they have. Before I could end my conversation, where it's about 1 million minister of justice, I just advise you to bring new faces on board. And I appeal to him, I say, this young man who ran with me has never served in the government, in any government position before. I prefer you making my running mate, this young man, giving him position. He's qualified to go to EPA and order. And he agreed and appointed him. And I can say without any fear of contradiction, he is the #1 performing person in this government, EPA. Nobody knew about EPA before. But he's performing so well that companies that seem to have been untouchable have been fined, and they do pay. Closing companies down on the Route 3 highway. I see East, because I live on that highway, I see East with water tank, water in the road. They judge it to be so much, but they pay a fine and they fell in their pocket, they will not do it again. That's rule of law. And the workers at EPA are so excited.
Now, thank you very much. We're talking about EPA because we know Dr. Yapabulo, someone that when I call, he pick up, and I always on his back, and I think that he always on our show. But you just said in the nation that the president offered you to be the justice minister. You said no. You only said no because you don't want to be a recycling politician holding ministerial position, or you couldn't work with President Barga being his justice.
No, to give chance to other people to serve. I've been minister, I've been solicitor general. Why should other people not? Look, if we don't provide opportunity for other people, we will not know.
So because of you saying no, now we're in this mess with Minister of Justice, Oswald Tuor, because you said no. So now he brought nobody but this mess.
I refuse to take that responsibility. Oswald Tuor is one of the well-trained Liberian lawyers.
He's not performing to it, though. He's not performing. So are you accepting his opinion, sir? Are you accepting the opinion that he gave on the ruling of the Supreme Court?
We differ. I had a different opinion, you had a different opinion, but we do that all the time in law. There are opinions in which the Chief Justice can dissent. We always disagree. That has nothing to do with his level of training and education. The law, he knows the law.
No, his performance. I'm not a lawyer to question his level of training. I'm talking about these different opinions that he coming up with that cause the situation we're in today. We can go down the line with Oswald Toy. It's like he just sound everything on anything. That you wouldn't have done that because we know you. You are the broom man. So because you said no to President Bwaka, it left it in Zico to bring in Oswald Toy.
And you
And that's
know,
the
I will
problem we have.
never come close to that level of arrogance that you're trying to put me down. So indefensible to Nigeria that I'm the only one who can do that. I will never even go near that.
Let me bring you Akaris Gray. Akaris Gray.
It's my turn to stand on.
It's Akaris Gray, then you, Uncle Sam. Akaris Gray went there. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. All right, I'll listen to the counselor, and I would love to just speak on something urgently. You said the situation was like in the RCU, so you chose not to make that decision for the RCU. But this administration you supported and is in the casket for burial. At least when you're in the RCU, people are fully cognizant of the fact that there's a possibility you will survive. But when you are in the casket, it means that they've done everything and they make sure you are not in coma. So how can you reconcile that?
No, that's your opinion. We can't go with
No.
I respect your opinion. Respect
Okay,
my
let
own.
me
That's
rephrase my
okay.
question. Counselor, let me rephrase my question. Actually, I wanted to pull your legs because you answered politically to your defense for supporting a criminal government that you knew for 12 years. And that's some of the fundamental indifference I've had with you, knowing that people are there. Just remain neutral. But basically, Counselor, I must admit, you are one of the best. There's no debate. You are one of the best. Even when President Salif used to take my man Modu to jail, you were there standing up for him. I must commend you publicly for this. There's no argument about that. There's no debate about that. But what can you say on extrajudicial killing in this administration? Today, it's alleged that a police officer shot a 17-year-old boy in Banjo area. We know about the St. Darby event and two other events, one across the bridge, one in the RIA road by a similar police officer. So how can you, what your opinion on that? What's your view about the extrajudicial killing?
I think I talked about it earlier about CDC, from CDC to Benita Padena. I think you're competing in extrajudicial killing and all that. So we don't want to go there, we don't want to go there. It is, just as you say, it's bad. Safety of the population is one of the major obligations of every government. All right? But if police are not doing their work, they complain they are not giving all the logistics to work, they see big shots way up in government making $20,000 and all of that. It's just so bad. The best leadership is leadership by example. And all, the way money is being spent. President Saleh used the word one time, former President Saleh, opulence. I think we have time. That same opulence is happening right now. Every 2-minute celebrations. Even when cutting aid from Liberia, do we need to actually invite another president on Armed Forces Day and have big programs spent? You go, I don't know how much was spent, but no substantial amount of money was spent. We need to be a little bit more frugal in the way we spend our money. And if we don't spend our money on security, law enforcement, and drive electricity everywhere, and all that for people to be safe, there will be more extrajudicial killings. And if people do things that go with impunity, it will have different negative effects, which is one of those things that you plan. And now the party and CDC compete. Oh, I want to kill when as much as this. That's not what we want. Oh, the other people want to kill. Like, people don't want one person to die. We want safety. So you're competing over
But
Who
Councillor,
gave him money?
you are always supporting the
Who did
Unity
give him
Party
money
from
and who not give
2005.
him money? We don't need that.
Let's move
Councillor,
on. Honorable Gray will get
Councillor, you
back,
always
please.
supported Unity Party from 2005.
So
let's move on, Gray.
Councillor,
So let's move on.
Councillor, just
Please.
a quick follow up on Councillor. Councillor, I remember very well vividly you supported Ellen Jones Sirleaf in 2005.
That's true.
In 2011 again, I guess the runoff election or whatsoever, you supported her. Again in 2017, in the runoff election, you supported President Boykai. Again, 2023 is my knowledge that you also supported President Boykai, so the Unity Party. So do you have a regret for supporting the Unity Party for almost 18 years?
I've expressed my views, and they're not as complimentary as you think to even ask that question. I always speak truth to power, even after supporting President Sirleaf. What more critical stance is there than to resign from government? Not many people can resign from ministerial job and all of that. I just got tired and left. But election always have alternatives. When you see the two alternatives, you got to make a choice. I don't believe in neutrality.
Thank you very much, Councillor Tiawan Gongloe. Ladies and gentlemen, we got 4 more questions coming to Councillor Wade. Then we're going to close this show on the Councillor. We want to appreciate you. If you like, we can take maybe 10 calls if the last 4 questions not too long. Because whenever we have the Councillor, the People's Councillor, we are so happy. Councillor, please come by whenever you're ready. You don't have to call Kiatama on this one. Call me directly. I'm your son. I'm your friend. All right. I'm not leaving, guys. Everybody will ask the question. I am not leaving, guys. Everybody about to ask the question. I just appreciate appreciating the Councillor for coming on the show. Uncle Sam, you're gonna go ask the door. We come next. Jason, Jerry, and our brother and then Patrick.
I'm going to ask my question, and I'm going to go take an old man's nap because I'm really tired today. You know, I sat down, worked like 4 hours writing some paper, and believe me, at a certain age, you can't do it. I'm sure, Councillor, writing those long legal briefs, you get tired. But of course, you're probably in better shape than I am. But listen, I just want you to talk to the Liberian people about missed opportunities in your lifetime, especially post-war. Right? We went through all this post-thing where 200,000 people died, and then we had an opportunity, right? With UNBIL here, with the support of the international system, and the goodwill of the Liberian people since 2006, 19 years. What do you see as what has obstructed us and we stay the 8th poorest country in the world? Is it something in our DNA? Is it something in governance? Is it just the way we think? What do you believe is to be the one that continues to undermine our development? And I'm going to go take I'll go, but I'll listen to you on my phone, and I want you to answer the question, please. I thank you very much, and God bless you. Love you, love you, love you, love you.
Extreme greed, lack of respect for the rule of law and human rights. That's it. And you started with President Sirleaf, but I think President Taylor had a glorious opportunity because there has been no leader in our history who people follow. President Taylor was such a person that if he said, use your hand to dig the ground, people would do it. People follow him. And I think it was a missed opportunity for reorganizing this country and starting a firm foundation for development. Because people believe in, people follow him. You know, then President Sirleaf had enormous goodwill from the international community. And one of the reasons I supported her, I said, you know, I believe President Sirleaf will establish a firm foundation for good governance and respect for the rule of law. It didn't happen. You see, and we had several conversations. I don't want to go into that, but, you know, she used to tell me, I want a government for you and myself. All these scary people that only you and myself went to jail, you know, in the past. And I would joke around and say, but Madam President, I'm an older prisoner, political prisoner than you, because you were in Tree Party. I went to jail 1978 when you were Deputy Minister of Finance. Everybody government for you. But that did not become my judgment. I said, 300,000 people die in this country, not because of tribal differences, not because of religious differences, but because of bad governance based on greed and lack of respect for the rule of law, selfishness. We have to stop it. We can't be, at one point they said the Congo people dominating the government. Next thing, all people from Grand Jida or so, the army dominating the government. Next thing, that's obviously dominating the government. Or then now we have Lofa County dominating the government. None of that is good. It's bad. We have to stop it. And see all Liberians at the same time. I don't like divisive politics, North Central Alliance, this other ones, obviously. No, I'm a Liberian, I'll deal with everybody. We have to stop this, building all these divisive mechanisms as a way of controlling power, basically. And that's why I said President Barker is going to run in the next election. Why? Because he will be a hostage of the local people that he has put in the government and say, Papi, we can't go, we'll run your election, we'll run a campaign. And now we get money. That time we didn't have money, we'll run a campaign. And if you don't want to go second term, you can take tough decisions. You're not taking tough decisions because you want votes. Watch it. Anybody who wants to be president in 2029 to put President Barker in his calculation as a political figure. And that's not good for our country.
So you are saying that President Barker will run 2029?
Yes. Look at it, the example would be, they will say, oh, you look at Paul Biya. He was 92 and still participating in election in Cameroon. Liberian people don't show good examples. The bad examples they can show. To justify for themselves.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor. Let me bring in Gibson Giroux. Gibson.
I'll just give you a few instances, a couple of instances, and you tell me how you categorize them. The commerce minister resigned because he bought a vehicle that cost nearly $90,000, and that vehicle was given to him by Double Jala. The president asked the both of them to resign. The commerce minister resigned, but Double Jala refused to resign. He's still LTA commissioner. Grisby, in the office of the president, he requested the NASCO people to give some money for vehicles in the name of President Boakai. We don't know what happened to the vehicle. President Boakai ordered an investigation. There's no results. How do you characterize these? When you look at them, how can we characterize them?
Lack of respect for the rule of law, bad governance. You cannot, any selectivity, when it comes to the person, you turn a blind eye. When it comes to the other person, you be tough. There are more of those examples in government. Even the young man who tried to steal our degree from the University of Liberia, that for me, and that's a matter very close to me. How, you go to a university, you pay $10,000 to get a degree. The university takes it as a very serious offense. Commission an investigation. They come out and say some professors are dismissed, some suspended. Mr. President, prosecute this your official for educational fraud. Not even 1 minute suspension. How do you say you are committed to the rule of law? The #1 university in the country, our alma mater. Yeah? And then you come remember back and then the people who are ambitious in that degree business, you can work for it. You're young. And then nothing happens. There are more of those kind of things.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Will you also share this blame with the Vice President, Jeremiah Kuhn? Because I think those are some of the recommendations that came by way of the vice president or Prince Johnson. So should the vice president take some of this blame?
The government is indivisible.
Thank you. Indivisible. I'm going to bring in Isaac Doe. We'll go to Vendetta Patrick and our brother Governor Clinton. Isaac?
Is that a hypothetical, or is that a true statement, or you're being facetious?
No, the government is innocent. If the councilor say, you can figure it
The
out.
councilor did not answer. The councilor refused to answer the question because he's a Kingsman. Councilor is a Kingsman from Nima County, so answer the question directly. Should he take some of the blame?
Government, that's what he said.
I can't
Councilor,
define
no, hold on.
who is the
You
vice
can't speak for
president. And the vice president is
So-
an assistant to the president. Everybody in the executive branch of government takes responsibility. The vice president, the president, everybody. How you talking like I'm afraid to
Councilor, does the vice president
Right.
share some of the blame?
The councilor answer my question. I beg to
Councilor,
also
the
read
question
it.
is direct. Does the vice president take some of the blame?
Yes.
Use the word indivisible.
Yes.
Thank
Yes.
you.
Yes.
Thank you. Why you coming with indivisible?
So let me.
But when you think the councilor is a failure, you got no. I can't.
We've been doing so good. We've been doing so good that VP came on. So let's go to
and
Ashley.
Jeru, you know that.
I said, can you ask a question?
Yeah.
One
So,
question will bring VP in. This guy got trouble.
Right. So, Councilor, this is my last question, finally, to you. But quickly before I do that, or quickly, let me correct the information that I would consider misinformation.
Now you made me to advertise on the show. Free advertisement for Red Bull.
So, as I was saying, Chief, the Southeast is not a county. The Southeast is comprised of 5 counties. 5. So if you have 10 government officials coming from the Southeast, and you have 10 government officials coming from Lofa, Chief, it's not the same thing. It is 10 coming from 5 counties versus 1 in 10. So we need to correct it and be fair to our people. The Southeast is not a county, it is a region. So can we go to region and see what it led, county to county? There's no way you can compare the Broadcast government and the citizen government when it comes to spreading out governmental positions. No, that is the fact. But my question to you, Chief, the Supreme Court ruled that whatever the quote-unquote majority black that I call RLJ hotel boys are doing are all ultra-virus. In other words, illegal. Meaning everything that passes through them is illegal. Even if the president signs the budget, it means the president is signing an illegal budget, or even agreeing to any instrument from partners, from donors, from anybody. In the future, based on this, in the future, can any government have a legitimate reason to persecute these people who are considered committing treason against the state for their actions today, for the fact that the Supreme Court is telling us they are acting illegally against the Constitution? Can future government persecute them for their actions today?
Yes. Treason is a first-degree felony, is one of those that don't have statute of limitation. Because the action is treason because it's undermining the Constitution. So the answer is yes. Yeah. And I agree with you. But you yourself, look at it, you don't know Southeast. Southeast are 6 counties, beginning with River Cess.
No, that's fine. If you put River Cess there,
But that's 6 county, man.
No. It's actually 5 originally, Chief.
Okay.
River Cess,
All right,
when you
that's
add it
fine.
there, it is 6.
That's 6. River Cess is considered the southeastern part of the country.
River Cess can be to 2
That is
places.
debatable.
All right.
geographic argument.
Okay, so we
And the
move
councillor
on.
knows that as a
We're
teacher
gonna
of
bring
geography
in.
before it's
We're gonna
debatable.
bring in Vendetta Patrick.
Yeah.
Vendetta, please
Yeah,
go
yeah,
ahead.
yeah. What your happened is your Eva, man. I thought we were Eastern
Yeah,
already.
so
Guys, I beg you guys, let move ahead.
Phoebe will ask one question, eh? One
Yes,
question.
ma'am. Yes,
Phoebe,
ma'am.
that
One
one question.
Thank you.
good evening, Council. Hey, my political leader is on air. You have to give me the due courtesy as I address him. Councillor Gongloe, it is an undisputed fact that you remain one of Liberia's most iconic leaders. You serve as Solicitor General, you disagree with the president constructively on legal principles. You work as Minister of Labor. You protected Liberian jobs by increasing the clearance to allow foreigners to work in our country. 2023, you contested for the presidency and you became known by a famous statement: government is not a place to steal, but to serve. Councillor Gongloe, the president has suspended officials of government, which is commendable in my mind, for defying the presidential orders by refusing to declare their assets. If you were president, having appointed them 2024, some of them were appointed February, March, they did not declare assets. What would you have done differently against these officials to send a clear caveat that government is not a playground or government is not a place to steal? Because what I see, refusing to declare asset is having the intent and desire to steal. What would you have done differently? Imagine His Excellency Tiawan Gongloe is taking such a decision. What would you have done on today's date?
First, Mandela, that occasion will not have arisen because before sending your name to the Senate for confirmation, I will have had you publish declare and publish your answer in the newspaper before I will send your name. So the issue of non-compliance will not have existed. I told Dr. Yuri Pablo, you have been nominated. If you don't publish, if you don't submit your answer and publish it in the newspaper, and you go sit in that office, I will be the first to shout at you. He was the first official of government that declared his asset, publish it before he went before the Senate, and then after that, before he went to the EPA, where you were acting director. So that's what I would have done. I would not have let you sit down in any government office without declaring, because I would have declared my asset before inauguration day. Leadership by example.
Thank you. Councillor, let's close this thing, and I will allow my dear Councillor Governor Clinton to take us on after this. Two quick questions, Councillor.
So
Clinton, one thing I'm begging you, let me hold the Councillor to this record. Councillor, do you regret?
So I only get one question.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Councillor, do you regret supporting Joseph?
But the mayor, political leader, you will hear everything. What kind of question you want to ask him? Like he asked him before.
Councillor Tiawan, do you regret supporting Joseph Imabwaka?
Right now, with the way he's performing, I'm unhappy with it. But I don't believe in neutrality, and the other choices are not better than him. Yeah. So I've made a right choice at that time, but I'm disappointed in the performance.
You never joined the church before, so you know.
I beg you guys, let me roll my question real quick. Do you think you can support Joseph Walker 2029 if this performance?
No. Even not even in my sleep. The same way I said, even in my casket, I could not have supported CDC at that time. What? Even in my sleep, I would not have that bad dream.
Oh. So let me put in the final question, sir. Is there anything since January 22nd, 12:01 p.m., 2024, is there anything that is good of Joseph Imabwaka as president of Liberia that you can tell the nation tonight?
Oh, there are some things. I'm not a person who's not objective. I went to the southeast. When I saw the road, I came back. I got on the radio. If the government does not do something in the southeast, that southeast will be closed. And they did some work on the road, leading from Tapata to Soweto, which really created relief. There has been some interventions here and there, but comparing the foundation and lack of respect for the rule of law and combating corruption, which are the two things that should move this country forward, miserable failure.
And based on that, you're screaming the no from the top of the Wodogisi mountain. I don't know the mountain in my name, your biggest mountain, so I'm using Lofa right now. Right?
Nimba Mountain.
Nima Mountain, okay, let me call it from the top of Nima Mountain, you are screaming your no. Then it bring the nation to this place that we always go back to. It's only important when we are speaking to you, Councillor Tiawan Gongloe, that a lot of people follow you. You say no to Joseph Yuma Boaka. If it is not Joseph Yuma Boaka 2029, will you support Jeremiah Kun if you are not in the race?
Why will you ask me that question? Have you seen when a government fails?
I'm asking you because, okay, go ahead. You coming somewhere?
When a government fails, when a party fails, it fails. Yeah? Well, you know, I'm not going further. You're asking detailed question. Will you support that? After that, will you support Senator this? Will you?
No, I'm not going with the senator. And after all of this, you only mentioned the road, sir. I'm done with the support, but you only mentioned the road. Let's talk about the issue in the country real quick. Do you think, with the exception of the road, this president have done something so impressive that the Liberian people can be pleased of as of today? Is there anything you can talk about?
We named some things in the LPP press release. We talk about road. Some work has been done on water and sewer a little bit. There's some electricity lights, you know, in the street, two street lights and all that. I just came from the southeast. I saw light in.
You said two street light. You said two street light.
I said there are street lights.
Oh, okay.
I've seen street lights. Hey man, you can't bring me down to.
No, Castro. I want to be very clear. This is Spoon Talk.
Yeah, there some street lights. Well, listen. When they say, Satan, you are very mean fellow. You say, oh. The last time I gave some, I called Francine to eat. I called Gibson Jerry to eat. You start counting the number of people you have called to eat. That means you really mean. Because when you drink good, it's uncountable.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor. We allow the Councillor, Governor Clinton, to close the show for today. It's always good having you back. You know, Edwin Snow said I should say to you, he gave you his time and he will come on another day because he's listening to you and a lot of folks listen to you and they wanted you to continue. So Edwin Snow coming on tonight is cancer because he have given you his extra 1 hour. Thank you very much for joining us, Councillor. And we'll ask Clinton to take us home. Clinton?
So I don't know if this was asked already because I'll step up for a little bit, but in recent days, we know an Associate Justice of the Supreme Court kind of clarified the ruling of the Supreme Court. My question is, do you believe at this time the Minister of Justice should revise his opinion or his interpretation of the ruling that he did that was contrary to what the Associate Justice said in his recent interview?
The harm is already done. Because of his opinion, the president there with the lawbreakers, the quote-unquote majority bloc, and started dealing with them and on to Sona and all that, the harm is already done. So I don't know what effect the revision will have now.
But the problem is still looming. So what do you think now that the president...
The solution is what I said. Mm-hmm. The president, everybody in government should let people get up their high horses and follow the law. Go back under the gavel of Speaker Fonadi Kofa and follow the rule of law. Remove him legally if that's what you want. But you can't do Mike this right. You know, it's wrong. Because you see, that precedent that they're trying to set tomorrow. If the president, for example, follows up our advice and say, I'm cutting down the salary of the legislature to 2,000 and nobody will make above that, they could say, oh, but I will impeach you. And then majority could impeach the president. And when the president say, oh boy, you wouldn't have the number to remove the president, say, no. The last time majority removed speaker. So majority removed the president. And they will vote on, they will vote on him in a house. And it will not be 2 times in the Senate. Majority again in the Senate will remove him. What do we do? Precedents, people have to be careful. If you set precedent on somebody you consider politically weak, you embarrass yourself tomorrow, and you'll be lacking the argument to go against that precedent.
I don't know why the people are asking for part 2, Councillor. We're going to take few calls. The people are asking for part 2. Something strange on Spoon Talk tonight, seriously. But it's always good having you. I think maybe because I was in my good mood, I don't want to push you too much. But again, though I try, and we all try, you are very, very on point. We appreciate you. I see folks texting and say they want part 2 of this interview. So again, we will go to the phone line, but since Glennie go ahead, I see Dr. Richardson phone. Remember now, it's 11:10 in Liberia. The councillor have to leave.
Yeah.
So
I just want to ask, Councillor, I want to ask you about the NEC chairperson being suspended by the president. What say you to that?
I don't have the details, but I believe that these suspensions of 10 new people, again, if you don't have authority to remove, you can suspend. And if you want to remove, you have to go by what the law says. The removal has to be for cause, and the cause has to be established through investigation. Do that investigation, you have to take action. Because these indefinite suspensions look like removal. I think that's a lazy way of running government. Government has NSA, got LACC, got FIU, got Ministry of Justice, got too many the police, too many investigatory agencies that you should let them do their work. Then the president acts.
Thank you, Councillor. Again, Dr. Richardson, your finger was up. We got to go to the phone line. We'll reduce the call into at least 6. But you go ahead, Dr. Richardson. You want to say something?
Yeah, I had a comment to make. It's more like a closing comment. A couple of years ago, maybe more than 10 years ago, I don't know if you remember this, Councillor Gongloe, I was walking the streets of Monrovia. I was billing then, and you stopped me and said, we talked because I obviously knew you, but you had said, if you got any trouble in Monrovia, make sure that you come and see me. I don't know if you remember this.
That was on Ashburn Street.
Yes, you do remember it, almost 10-something years ago. But I want to just tell you thank you. I appreciated the history that you gave relating to Liberia. It was great. Your transparency was just really awesome here tonight. So thank you for coming on, Spoon, and definitely you have to come back for part 2.
Yeah, ask about episode 2.
Yeah, I got the question, but I don't want to take up the time right now.
Yeah, but because I got to squeeze this one in.
We're teaching tomorrow morning.
No, we're not going to go to the phone line. We'll just let you go. The phone line where you listen to us on the radio. People are calling. Want to say to you, Councillor, Internal Affairs Ministry, real quick. You've been working, Francis Yamale, Internal Affairs Ministry, massive corruption. Now LDCC is calling him. What say you? The minister is requesting $195,000 to furnish his office.
Let LACC investigate everyone. No selective investigation. Treat everyone equally because
do we have ethnic cleansing in Liberia, sir?
What?
Ethnic cleansing?
No, I've not heard about it. I haven't seen any evidence.
We have a report that went in front of Chris Smith, and I needed to get your view. Councillor, thank you very much. It's always good having you. We appreciate you, the Broom Band. Now we look forward to 2029, whether we have Broom.
Is that you running 2029?
He didn't say though. You want to ask him?
But Councilor, you running
No,
for
he
school now
will
because
decide that. It's not time to make that
no,
declaration.
you don't have to intervene. The councilor is there.
No,
That's my
no,
last
listen,
question. Councilor,
CEO, let me
are
say
you
that before the
contesting
council
this issue
leaves.
now?
Answer. The
No,
councillor is
no,
here.
listen
Answer.
now. I'm
No,
begging
wait,
you.
my man, wait. The
Councillor,
councilor,
can you
hold
please
on.
answer his question?
Brother, tell the councilor answer the question because the councilor has supported Unity Party on 4
He's
different times
here. He
now.
can answer.
So,
Please.
councilor, you will never support CDC. I understand that for some reason.
So Akaras.
Okay.
Akaras.
Yeah. Councilor, when you contest 2029,
I supported you in the party, but I defended you for more than 11 times taking part of jail. That's greater
no,
than
not me
anything else.
directly.
Free
Mobile
legal
Molu.
service.
No, Mobile Molu,
Free
not me.
legal
Never
service.
in my life.
Councillor, will you run?
So
Will you
wait,
run
Councilor.
for the
you to support CDC? That what you ask?
Again,
No,
ladies and
councilor,
gentlemen.
not me. I know you
Again,
never
ladies and
support
gentlemen,
No,
we
CDC.
have
no,
to
I that for the
excuse
presidential
Councillor.
election.
no, let me
But
make
when you
this
contest in
clarity. Let me make
2029,
this clarity,
We
CEO.
have to excuse the councillor.
No,
We
let
have
me
to
make this
excuse
clarity,
no, but why you
CEO.
can't allow the councilor to answer the
I gotta
question?
go.
Excuse me, guys.
Councilor,
Councillor
are you
Tiawan
contesting
No, we gotta make this clear.
Gongloe, we want to say we appreciate you. Thank you very much for always coming on the Spoon Talk. We appreciate you. Thanks a lot. Now the councillor left. Let me bring back Karis Gray, and we'll start the show with your Karis. If we have to go, the man have to go. It's 11:15 in the country. He's in the
Yeah,
studio.
but CEO, let me say something.
I beg you, Vendetta, hold on 1 minute. I beg you, sir. We'll come to you.
Yeah, let me say something quickly.
No, wait, Vendetta, please. I beg you. We'll come to you. Want to say to all of you joining us, thank to Councillor Tiawan Gongloe. It was a very, very impressive show. Yes, indeed, he will come back. We'll find time during the month end or so for us to do a part 2 with the councillor. A very wonderful show. Thank you for following. Now we're going to go. Edwin Snow will not be here tonight because guess what happened? He had waved his time over to the councillor. I want to say thanks to him. And it's 11:15. We're going to go through what we usually go through a lot on our plate. President is, excuse me, Fandela Patrick, I will come to you. You'll be the first. Oh, please, I beg you, brother. Please. Yeah. The president.
No, I'm on the phone. Sorry, I'm not talking to you, sir.
Okay, can we meet you, please? The president, Jose Imabwaka, will be traveling to Ethiopia, Addis Ababa tomorrow. He will be traveling with his delegation to attend the African Summit. Again, President Jose Imabwaka leaves the country from the 13th to the 17th. He will be attending the African Union Summit. All right, he leaves with his delegation, and I do believe there will be no private jet because we have Ethiopian Airlines flying to Liberia. If you agree with me, just acknowledge, but I can announce I'm 90% sure Gibson Jeru, the president, will be traveling on first business class, not by way of private jet. Having said that, if you have anything to add, speak now or forever hold your peace. I believe my information is accurate. The president will be traveling. Not listen. Donald Trump said he watching to see whether Jose Imabwaka will travel private jet. So President Baka will be traveling, and he has told Donald Trump that he'll be traveling by way of Ethiopian Airlines.
Which Trump?
Again, I say my own. You say your own. Akaris Gray will come in after Vendetta Patrick. Vendetta Patrick, what say you?
Yeah. So, Honorable Gray, I know you wanted my standard bearer to be direct. I'm sure if His Excellency, former President Weah was here, you have behaved the same. It is not a moral acceptance for someone wanting to be president to say, I want to run. That decision rests squarely with the people. So that's why we have bad leaders in this country. And people just want to run. You know, it said that the voice of the people is the voice of God. Yeah, he contested 2023 when he was petitioned. And let's wait 2029. If the same people still believe that he should run for the presidency, they will petition him. We have made it very clear here tonight that he was running. I'm personally going to disagree with him. And that's why I was insisting that decision rests with the people. The people are following his good example.
So every time someone said they want to run for
Let him finish. Thank you very much for that, Patrick. Next on
So I just wanted to make that clear. It was not. I was not trying to.
We hear you. Next on political leader now to come. When he comes on phone talk, when your political leader comes on phone talk, we're asking all of our questions.
But he spoke well. He did very well. I think he spoke on the issue. It was not about 2029.
He can answer his own. I don't know where you're coming from with the rabbit crying. Gibson, Jerry that know him, not even crying like you. Honorable Gray, come and talk to us, please.
Nobody crying here. Nobody crying. I just try to be very clear. Nobody is crying.
You know your LDC is about to go off, right? You remember your LDC deficit error. So please.
Okay. I just wanted to compliment you on your word that you used today. Slumber the galleon on your post.
It seems to be, yeah. But you know, one thing is that, one thing that I kept. Let me first begin with the council. The council is a very brilliant man. Let me tell you the
Yep.
But sometimes it's difficult to disentangle from your decision. The council has supported Unity Party for solid times. With all of the criticism that he have criticized the Unity Party. 2005 to 2011, 2017, then 2023. With all the criticism, with all the resignation from the government and all of those excesses. So when he said the Kun and other are indivisible, are similarly landlight or be indivisible on the basis of his decision. Having said that, my understanding is that President Boakai has shuttled the entire business class on Ethiopian Airlines.
Your understanding is wrong. That's not true.
Can you hold on, my man? You throw your
But that's not true. Oh yeah, throw your own. Go ahead. I'll take it back.
Government sportsman.
I'll take it back. Throw your own. Talk your own. I will debunk you today.
So the number of questions that are
How you debunking that? You the Minister of Information, we debunking.
No, my man, I beg you, lead a man. That man, Sunday can be Boakai man, Sunday he can be CDC man. I want to post it on the show. So, but basically, look, what I'm concerned about, whether President Boakai travels or not from here, Ethiopia, whether he takes private jet, whether he gets on Ethiopian airline with a special arrangement and using state resources with the number of persons that will escort him. For us, we've seen that we condemn some of those things. But my concern had to do with the access declaration. Okay, especially suspending or dead men, it's of concern that this government been fighting on the issue of getting rid of ghost names. Okay, they said people were dead, they were on payroll in the government. So for you to suspend somebody by the publication who is dead and been on government payroll, it cautions the government to have a payroll cleanup. So it's just a messaging by the government. I see as a tacit call, because as a proponent of the code of conduct, by 2022, 2023, being that the code of had a punitive measure for people who refuse to declare their assets, by the President of the Republic of Liberia, you should declare your assets or appointed officials. In the absence of that, once you don't do that, the president took sort of 1 year, 1 month plus, okay, to act on these people. So my question here is that with the suspension, what happens to the money if they don't declare their assets? In fact, what is of interest also, the president is suspending chiefs that he didn't appoint. Not only that, chiefs should be elected. But I see chiefs being suspended. But my concern here is on the issue of a dead man. That's where I come from. If the president of the Republic of Liberia will issue a suspension order on the basis of the code of conduct, which is belated, because 30 days elapsed long since. Okay. Then today we see the Unity Party going to the LACC to petition the LACC to select the prosecution of CBL, okay, and that of LACC to prosecute people on the basis of an audit report ordered by the President of the Republic of Liberia. The President ordered an audit report. The audit report came up. There were allegations against people. The President ordered his Minister of Justice to work up modality, along with our counselor or well-elected counselor who just left, being lawyer for one of the defendants. So how can the LCC prosecute people that the president of the Republic of Liberia had agreed to pay it off, and
So I'll
that
tell
they
you
had
one
no
at a
case
time.
against
I
them?
know we'll get into it, Honorable Gray. First of all,
But
let
let
me
me just
debunk.
conclude on that one, my
Yeah,
man.
conclude now.
Because
Conclude.
one in flight, I can be dangerous on nice. So
Yeah,
let me just
conclude,
land.
please.
Yeah. My concern here is that why would the Unity Party leave her Standard Bearer and President of the Republic of Liberia instead of petitioning her Standard Bearer or communicating with her Standard Bearer, but will go to a subordinate of the president, the LCC, and the president is the biggest enforcer of the law by the Constitution as the head of government. The executive enforces the law.
All right, so I thank God that the Lord has frozen Akari's Gray. Before he get back, let me say this real quick. The president didn't charter the entire business class of Ethiopian Airlines. Akari's Gray will not allow you to slap with that tonight because indeed, he's still talking. Thank God the internet is giving him a hard time. Sometimes God
said that you're speaking based on
No, I beg you, brother. If I finish, then you can correct me. Can we do that, Counselor? Because we are not in the code of law that we can cross-examine at the same time, Counselor.
But we don't cross-examine the code of law at the same time either. It's like, what are you talking about?
And I understand. That's why I said that can happen in the code of law, so it shouldn't happen yet. This is not. I know you just came from a settlement case. You got $35,000 reward. But please.
All right, I need something for you. You be playing for.
I know you come from a settlement case, from the accident case. But let me say this real quick. Honorable Gray, I think you're in error. The president didn't, and the president didn't charter the entire business class of Ethiopian Airlines. The president is traveling along with Besonga family and Sekou Kane on the executive in the House of Representatives. Those two people, I think they are traveling with the president and the president. They are 3 in business class. All others not in business class. Your information is flat wrong, and your information need to be corrected tonight.
No,
Again, I say this. Again, I say this. Let me, excuse me, brother. You said we should talk one at a time now. Please, I beg you, my dear brother and friend. It's only important when we come on Spoon Talk, we speak of facts. Exactly. It will help our listener to understand. Akaris Mose Great, today, I challenge you. President Joseph Yima Bwaka trip to Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. He's traveling along with a senator and a representative. Besonga family is in business class. The president is in business class, and Sekou Kane on the executive House of Representatives is in business class. Those are the 3 individuals traveling by way of business class. All others will find themselves in economy class. Now, your information is wrong.
So how many persons the president traveling with? Since you get all the information.
And I will say this to you, I have just debunked your information. There is no other person
you
on
not
the
debunked because you have provided no facts.
Hold on 1 minute.
No evidence.
We're not talking about the LSCC today.
Brother, we were talking about LSCC. You know, let's say
you're coming on
Ethiopia. Wait. You see, Glenny, I beg you, mama. I know you get your second episode to go to. Just hold on the first episode.
I get no episode to go to.
So I will say this to you. I will say this to you. You should wait for the executive mansion release tomorrow morning, and maybe tonight, Kula Fufana will put out the information as to the president travel.
So how many persons travel with the president?
I move on. Again, you should wait for the executive mansion release.
Like I always do. Before you debunk me.
I am debunking you because I have the
you always put the document up. Please put the documents up.
I also have the facts.
You
Please
do
put
not.
the document up so that nobody has a fact. There's alternate facts.
I agree.
I have the information Akara has says.
I 100% agree. I will not be tempted to. And the
what
thing
I
I can tell you,
what I have, you don't have.
Brother, this is Spoon Talk.
My man, the promise to make information minister Jolly feed your leader never.
I would never take any position in this government. You know very well. I would never ever take any position in this government. Let me move on. Let's get to the next thing. Now I have said Honorable Gray straight on this one. I want us to run through something real quick.
No, you said me straight though, because you publish nothing until the executive publish.
Honorable Gray. I can put the flight. Honorable Gray. Yeah. That would not work on Spoon. Everybody that on the flight, I know them. That will not work on Spoon. So let's move on.
But my friend know that.
Let's go. Okay, I agree. Let's go.
I get my policy on the flight.
But
So
Santo, I think you're not being fair. Why
But
can't
hold
you?
on, guys. Again, guys. I challenge Honorable Gray. We got to move on.
Well, that is your challenge.
Santo, let day break tomorrow. Let day break tomorrow.
Your challenge is
Everything
fine.
else
Your challenge
all right. So now I will say this again. I beg your indulgence for me to move on. Fire service. There's a report and we have the letter. I will share the letter with you guys. Fire service, $650,000 on fuel and gas slip misapply. I want us to take this. We'll go through line. We get the fire service, asset recovery, police shooting, comments statement today, and Western guy. Sorry, not Western guy. How you call him? Justice Missing. If we will get there, the first thing, another allegation of corruption.
Just a concern, quick. What's about the issue of the suspension on assets declaration?
But
what's the
I
plan?
just said it. I say it's coming up next.
Okay.
Thank you. We're going to get into it. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll take your questions. Again, we appreciate Tiawan Gongloe for coming on. Let's get to other matters here, which would take us up to 7 p.m. That will be 12 a.m. Liberian time. One, everybody will have to make their short comments straight. Hold on 1 minute, guys. Hold on. I beg you. Gibson, no. We had Tiawan Gongloe for 2 hours. He said everything. Nothing different you come to say tonight. The man was
waking up?
Fire service, but the allegation that the fire service people, they are confused as to the $650,000 gas slip. What say you, Dr. Richard said? And let me put up the letter. Dr. Richard said, help me understand here. What's going on in every department now? Fire service says somebody stole the gas slip or they misappropriated that amount. Can you talk to me?
So I read that the fire service leader reported that he is aware of the gas slip being missing. And then I had a question when I read that is, what did he do about it? Being aware and saying, I understand, I know about this situation does not make it right. Was this person punished? Was they reprimanded? Because we're speaking about like bring people money here, this is not the fire service leader's money. It is the property of the Liberian people. So he was put in the authority to trust and make sure that the Liberian people property is effectively used. And that didn't happen. So my question is, what did he do? What happened? He became aware of it. Then what happened next? So that's my question. Thank you.
Again, thank you very much. Glendy, you want to show something? What's going on here with everybody hands in the cookies jar? Fire service is on the agenda for tonight.
I have nothing to add.
You don't like fire service?
I got nothing to add. Then I go determine why the fire started at the Capitol building.
Okay. All right, let me count my brother Gibson. Gibson, go ahead. Brother Gibson?
First of all, I remain the media director for Gongloe Global. I have not been dismissed yet or relieved of my position. That means I know the public relation issues that concern Councillor Gongloe's contestation in the election. I want to be absolutely clear. I want to remove all doubt from everyone. If you are in Lima tonight, if you're in Grand Jeddah tonight, if you're in Maryland tonight, I want you to plan for Councillor Gongloe 2029. He is running.
Okay, so we got to Councillor Gongloe. And listen, just talk about fire service.
Listen.
We'll come to
The real Gongloe say he running, the fake one say he running.
We don't have two Gongloe. The director of public affairs and propaganda is responsible to speak on behalf.
You better leave people with title. You are sitting down here, you doing it.
But who is that director? Are you?
No, I think you need to protect the speaker.
We come to you. I beg you, my brother Gibson. Let's talk about the fire service. We'll talk about Gongloe. Please, I beg you. Yeah. What say you? Yes, the letter here. The letter is up. Man, the people then money walk out of that place like crazy. And now the chief, everybody going crazy. Theft, stealing is happening at the Liberia Fire Service Department. What say you, Gibson?
Okay, so they say you're restricting my time now to you. I get how many minutes? Ain't that 2 minutes?
No, you got 30 seconds. You finish using 1 minute 30 seconds already.
Okay. The problem with this government is the inability of the president to lead. To lead, we mean your ability to monitor the people you put in position. Demanding responsibility, demanding accountability is the problem of this president. We understand he's too old, he is fragile, he is sleepy, he is tired. He does not have the belly, the strength, the ability, the mental.
Thank God. You say you get the ability with the right internet. Talking bunch of flat.
Glenny, no, I will not talk back if you want to. She can blast me anytime. Go ahead, do anything. So, tell me what kind of government has said it came to change the trajectory of the governance process, to stamp corruption, to stamp waste, to stamp misapplication of government property. But the same government is saddled with multiplicity of corrupt attitudes, misapplication of public fund, misuse of public fund, disuse of public fund, all kinds of things in this government. Listen, the president go to work 12 o'clock and go home 2 o'clock, and he sleep for the rest of the day. It cannot help you to monitor your own government. President Boyka go to work 12 o'clock and go home 2 o'clock.
What time, George? What time, George? We are going when you are with CDC.
I'm not a Joshua person. The Joshua
Where you are
person, they will respond to you.
Move
the
somewhere,
Joshua will
man.
respond to you. But this is serious, my people. How else we cannot come on this show? There's not a day we come on the show and not talk about scandal in one government entity to another. It was not like that in Joshua government. If you want me to respond to that, every time we're talking about scandal in Joshua government. This government lacks control. This government lacks is insensitive. It's insensitive to the plight of the Liberian people. This government decides to squander because they know they have short time in government. They want to line their pocket, steal all the money, and go home. That's all they want to do. They don't have any interest in the people. They don't have any interest in governance process. Everybody trying to grab what they can do because maybe the people can resign anytime. Maybe the people will not go for a second time, will not be here. Maybe somebody will take over and then they'll change also. So they are lining their pocket, they are stealing, they are taking the money, they are doing everything to enrich themselves and their family.
30 seconds finish.
Nothing.
30 seconds finish.
Oh, but it's not yet. I've lost that
Yeah,
yet.
yesterday,
Thank you. I want to thank you. No, I listen to you.
You're not listening. You are not listening.
No, I listen to you. No, I got it. I was just trying to get off the call. Let me bring in Governor Clinton. Councillor, let's hear you on the issue of the fire service.
Something quickly, when you ask Councillor Gongloe about some of the positive of the government, I believe he mentioned the lights in Hopper. I just wanted to clarify. I missed that, but I picked it up that was done under the CDC. It was not a positive from the UP government. So let's just provide that clarification. Now, having provided that clarification, let me state that I don't know why we keep talking about this government and corruption. Maybe we need, because I mean this is like an anthem. It's like we begin the show and end with the show every day with corruption. I'm with Gibson on this. This is like you talk everything you want to say about the CDC government president. We are, but this is nothing like that. I follow Spoon. I didn't see you guys talk about corruption like this like every day of the week, and it's not just one institution. It's one institution, the government after another. Since like this president, has absolutely no control over the affairs of his government, and it's really troubling. It's troubling. It's only a year. We got 5 more to go. Who knows, right? What's going to happen in the next 5 years? But it's very embarrassing. If we're not talking about abuse of the rule of law, disregard and undermining of the Constitution, we are here talking about, corruption and corruption and corruption. And somebody said the president is, at least the president is taking action. Yes, the president is taking action that's commendable, including the dead people that he's suspending. You know, that's an action. Glendy, I've been keeping your eyes.
But who are the dead people? Who are the dead people? Who are the dead people?
You know, including those dead people on the list as fine. Including
Roger Doma's position.
Let Russia days. If you want to combine the fire service and ASA recovery suspension, that's fine. So let's just do it within the time, sir.
I think it should just be in closing, because I don't think there will be extra
Roger Doma's position.
Go ahead, Clinton.
On board.
Clinton, your time is running out. Go ahead now. No, I'm saying to you, you are combining asset recovery and fire service. I beg you, 1 minute. I beg you, Gipsy. I hold you for my back. Please. Gipsy, I beg you, back. Clinton, go ahead. Finish up now.
I mean, the asset recovery thing for me is a stunt. It's a political stunt. We all know the people on that list is the list is now updated one. The president is suspending people who are outside the country. Like you mentioned, the likes of the ambassador to the UN and stuff like that. Are these people suspended? Why are they out of the country? Are they going to stay away from their offices? Or, what is he recording there until they can...
Are you putting that on the president? So I agree. Thank you,
Of
Clinton.
course, my friend. Of course. It is the president's responsibility. The president is president of the Republic of Liberia. He's the head of government. He's the chief executive, and all these people we are talking. We are not talking about things that are outside the control of the president. Why the law requires that the individuals who are appointed have to apply, they serve at the will and pleasure of the president, who has a responsibility to also execute the law as chief executive, right? So this is something within his power. He can suspend these people like he's doing right now. So it's on him. Before these people even enter or were even commissioned or confirmed by the Liberian Senate, or right after the confirmation, he should have ensured that they filed whatever paperwork that needed to be filed as a recovery before they took up the offices. He did not do that. This is not the first time he gave ultimatum like Councilor Gongloe said. Instead of providing clear directive that they needed to do this, he was begging them that they needed to do this. And now that we've put so much pressure on the president, he's coming back to say, well, we have some few chiefs and dead people. Let's just make a long list to make it look like we're doing some work.
Thank you very much. Thank you. That list wasn't updated. They are updating the list. We'll see. Thank you very much, Clinton. Let me come to my brother Paul Kennedy. Paul, what say you, the fire service and asset declaration suspension?
Thank you very much, Stanton. Look, let me start with the asset declaration. Like I said last year, asset declaration has absolutely no magnitude on the stoppage of corruption in our country. It's just a formality to me. Why I see it as a law, the fact that this is not even the president alone to be blamed. The very senators who should be asking these people whether they declare their assets when they confirm them into power, especially those positions that are positions that should be confirmed by the president, by the Senate. The senators sit down and just let it. In fact, I witnessed one conversation with Dillon. Dillon asked the appointee, who sent you here? The president? Then the appointee said, yes. He said, okay, if the president has a confidence in sending you here, then I have nothing to ask you. Are you kidding me? This is the senator who should be really checking to see whether the president appointed is even capable of serving the Liberian people.
Well, Paul, sorry about cutting you off. I don't believe Dillon said you got to bring the tape. That's just
I will talk to somebody to give me the tape. I think it was the Minister of Education or
we got that clip.
Another minister that the president appointed. Dillon actually asked in the confirmation hearing whether it's the president who appointed the president to come for confirmation, and the president said yes. He said, did the president have confidence in you that you can do this job? And then the president said yes. Dillon said, but then I have no question. This is on tape. I'm not going to make that up. It is on tape. And so my thing is, if a senator who should be there as a safety net
to catch some of the, some of the problem that the president may not be able to. The president appoints a whole lot of people that some of them they don't even know, right? So the safety net to making sure that people the president appoint are actually up to the tax is the Senate who confirm them. But if our senators are compromising only because they want to be in good board with the executive to be appointing, employing their relatives and sending, and a lot of government officials were nominated to be employed by the legislature members. I can name 10 persons that is currently holding a deputy minister or a minister position that is there because of somebody from the legislature. What kind of screw up country is this? We have a group of people who continue to just manipulate the laws at the detriment of the very people that should be serving. So, Stanton, I can't say much of the asset declaration. It's a total flaw, and nobody, the LACC, does not have the ability to even validate all the proclamation these people are making, whether it's legitimate. Somebody can write on a paper to say, I get $200,000. How do you validate it? Is LACC calling these people bank accounts? Are they checking? And I know it because I ran for Senate 2 times, and the both times I ran, I had to declare my assets. Nobody called my bank at UNFCU to find out whether the 50,000 I said I had that was there. So you just put this thing on paper just as a formality. So for me, I don't see it going to change anything. People will continue to steal, and they'll be only hampering the progress and forward march of the country. I'm not going to waste my time on that.
Let's get you on the fire service. You want to throw anything on it before we go to Honorable Gray?
I will be suggesting to the fire service director to put a team together to do internal investigation. Where he cannot manage that investigation, maybe he needs to recommend for external investigation with LACC and maybe the Ministry of Justice, so that you can't just say, well, we had $650,000 missing. We're going to deal with it. How do you deal with it? The Liberian people need to see that transparency, your action. Tell us what actions you have put in place that will be able to deal with it, to recover the loss. If it was stolen and misapplied or misappropriated, those are things that we need actions for. And it can't just be, I will deal with it, and you put it under the rug.
Thank you very much, Paul. I'm going to bring the Honorable Man, Akaris Musa Gray. Talk to us, sir.
Yeah. Okay. During the war, they had one of the generals they called De Balekido. I asked Musa. They used to call him, they said when the people finish fighting the war, then you fire the body. That was the kind of a joke the people had. The Unity Party in the Access Declaration has become a debarricade. Somebody is dead, you suspend it. I mean, you're kidding me again. Okay. A political institution of government that has become a debarricade. After somebody is already dead, you turn around and say you're suspending the dead body. So it's an emergence of the NPFL debarricade. The second point here is that Sobo George was appointed by the president. They withdrew the nomination of Sobo George. Today, on the Access Declaration for suspension, Sobo George is suspended. 40 years of experience, of group of experienced people who came to power after 12 years. I been in government, and some of them were there before government time, to Tobo Town, Samuel Doe Town, Charles Soto Town, all the way. It shows the level of extreme incompetence. It's not, I don't want to say administrative ineptitude, but that's extreme incompetence. There's no justification you can provide for that. And there are other lapses being raised by even some of the people. Now, so that access declaration, the entire thing, will the people be declaring the assets that they have just acquired after 1 year? Or will they be declaring the assets that they brought because they have acquired a new set of assets through their salaries or things? Okay. On the issue of the fire service, look, Paul struck a very important point that I was coming to. I said from the onset, President Barker appointed lawmakers to a vetting committee to appoint people to the executive branch of government, who was a violation of the Constitution of the Republic of Liberia. They cannot serve in dual capacity. Presidents will be appointing lawmakers in area, except by a statute. That being on the board is a statute, is a law that says maybe a lawmaker or somebody from the legislature can be on the board. But for the president to appoint a lawmaker to be on a committee, to vet people or to recommend people for his appointment, and the same group of people will be confirming those people. So take for example the fire service that Darrell Dillon camera board there. At the fire service, are the member doing camera board job for Darrell Dillon and other people? That the men that send the fire service. So when you hear about gas, what do you expect? What do you expect by these proteges? What do you expect by these czars that have been recommended by lawmakers to executive positions? They will give back. They will always give back to their lords, to their czars, to their masters. They will always give back to them. So when you talk about gasoline, thousands of dollars worth of gasoline getting missing, that easy thing, my man. That is very easy thing for the guys to do because the people are not reporting to President Boyka. Who are they reporting to? They are reporting to those who suggested their names to the president for the president to nominate them to the State Center for confirmation. This is the situation we find ourselves in. And it makes it extremely dangerous and difficult. So when you come back again and say, oh, that blame the other senator, that blame the other representative, that blame Prince Moy, for example, that blame Darius Dillon, that blame Nyomli Kanga, that blame the other people. But President Biden had no business allowing them to recommend people to him for him to appoint and then to turn around to confirm them. So like Gibson said in my conclusion is that almost every fabric of the executive branch of government, there is some degree of scandal almost every day being discussed. This is the worst in the history of the country. That every day you wake up, some scandal at some land ministry, if it's not to rule fund, then it's going to president's son. If not the president's son, it's going to the president's best friend. If not from the sweeper in this government to the highest level, there are allegations and semblance of corruptions and contradiction every day. So there is very difficult much of the country. It's just a matter of time. Okay? It's just a matter of time to get these people out of power because they have criminalized the state through massive and rampant corruption unprecedented in the history of the country. These are the things that brought war in our country. How do we handle when they say your opposition? You criticize these things.
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable Akash was great. When you were a lawmaker, did you declare your asset?
Let me tell you this. Let me tell you this, Stanton.
Did you declare
No,
your
let me tell
asset?
you. Listen to me. Listen to me.
Well,
I declare my
answer.
answer. In fact, as a proponent,
They do
as the
declare.
proponent
They
of
do
the
declare.
Can you hold on? I said I declare my answers. Hold on, Fandara. Don't
When
ask
did
me.
you declare your asset?
I'm the proponent of
Hey,
the
now
code of
what we
conduct.
wanted, I want see
Of
the
the
Let us
2014.
ask lawmaker.
Let me finish answering
No,
Fandara way
just
by that.
stop. Just stop. I'm asking Honorable Gray. Nobody here to defend Honorable Gray. He can defend himself. Honorable Gray, please answer my question.
So, as a proponent of the 2014 Code of Conduct, the access declaration calls for declaration for lawmakers, House of Representatives, at the office of the chief clerk. Did I do that? Yes, I did that.
So you declare your asset within the House, and you then declare your asset by way of the LDCC or GSC?
No, the law, if you read the Code of
I just want us to be on record. You declare your asset by way of the House and not LDCC or GSC.
Yeah, directly to this. No, directly. Listen, I'm quoting the law. The law says.
I don't want to know. I'm asking you.
No.
Declare?
Wait, I gotta answer it.
I really don't care about the law. Who did you declare your assets to?
No. I declare my answers by the law to the office of the chief clerk of the House of Representatives. I'm correct, or you are correct on that. Yes, that's what I did.
So you declare your asset and you get the access to the office of the chief clerk.
No. See,
but
when we come to information.
When you come to you will provide that information.
Let me provide information.
No, Fandela Patrick, stop. Man, don't interrupt my question. No. I want to ask you my follow-up. Honorable Gray, you have so many lawmakers, right now that you work with. They have not declared their assets. You know some of them. And I don't want to call their name. What say you to them?
Okay, let me basically say this. You see, I want to be fair to everyone. Let me say this. We're all prejudiced. The first thing here is that the LCC has to contact the office of the chief clerk. That's the first thing. Because the lawmakers don't send access declaration form to LCC. The Senate will send it to the Secretary of the Senate and the law. The House of Representatives, the chief clerk. So if the chief clerk had informed the LSCC that the current lawmakers, maybe 2010, had not declared their assets, then they should do that. But there is a lapse in the law that we have to discuss tonight.
We'll discuss after we hear from Isaac Joe and Fadela Patrick.
No, wait. Yeah, but I'm saying we'll discuss it. But the law, Stanton, you got to listen to this. The law did not provide a punitive measure for lawmakers who do not declare their assets, but it provides punitive measure for appointed officials who declare their assets.
It's not my question. That's not my argument. The issue is that some lawmakers that you know that you have worked with said, no, you didn't declare your asset, and they're promising to send us the information. If you have your asset declaration, you mind publishing it? They say you didn't declare your assets.
No, let me say this to you, is what they say.
That's what I'm asking you. Can you make the correction, because they are now going to the chief clerk and they want to reveal that you didn't declare your assets? We got internet problem now.
No, allow for them to go check the record and record system. But what I'm saying to you is that you know me, I let it be clear. Okay, let me repeat. What I'm saying to you, my assets that are declared, I never made that access public because the law did not call for them.
Kenny, how you look at it, brother? And you say, whenever we ask a hard question, the brother goes go. So, brother Gray, I'm not asking when you make it public. They are saying you didn't declare your assets. Did you declare your assets to
But the man answered that sent on YouTube now. The man answered that question 3-4 times now.
Yeah, but he keep facilitating. He answered, he said he declared to the clerk. Then he said
that's what the law requires. He's right. That's what the law requires.
Again,
but you are asking you to defend Greg. Greg doesn't defend himself.
Says Glennie, listen. Says Glennie. The law says you submit your assets declaration 14 because that was a requirement to the chief clerk office, right? That's what the law says. The law did not say I cannot publish your assets put it in the newspaper. Now
we agree.
I'm talking about the law. So I'm not vacillating, says Gladys. I'm just saying what the law says.
So you gave it to the chief clerk. That's what you saying?
That's why I said I declare my assets to the office of the chief clerk before.
Okay. How many times did you declare your assets?
I said I declare my assets twice. That's what I said.
So since you become a lawmaker 12 years, you did only 2 times declaration.
Because the law came into effect in 2014 now, not 12 years.
So from 2014
to effect, hold on. When the law came into effect, we declare our assets after the law came into effect.
It's here that you have to declare your assets every year. It's here you have to declare your assets.
After.
No. The assets declaration are 2 technical issues, and we got to say to the people, I said I declare my assets twice. And I'm going to lie here. Okay.
Yeah.
I said 1, after every 3 years, or when you leave in office. Okay, that one.
That's okay. My man, let me tell you something. The people say you didn't declare your asset, and we got to be on record.
I said I declare, let me put myself on record. I declare my assets 2 different times. So let them go check.
Which year?
2 different times I declare my assets.
You please leave the man. You leave Akawa's man. Let's proceed.
Which year?
Start on. Say you get information. Because I declare my asset, I'll wait for them to bring it.
Thank you. Case closed.
Yeah.
Okay.
Tiawan Gongloe to you about 2029. Then I bring the evidence.
But, okay, we move on. We're going to bring it answer though. The next one
very important, but on a very serious note, it's good that our colleagues, or my former colleagues, in fact, I'm my colleagues no more because I left. It's good that since we amended this law, because we amended the law after 1 year we left. When we amended the code of conduct, after 1 year we left. Okay, the law.
Which year you declare your asset, brother? Which year?
But what we got asset declaration soon for all the
I told you, say when they put bring that evidence, no problem. Even to neck, I declare my assets 3 times.
Okay, I said, don't go ahead, please.
Even to neck 3 times.
I said, don't go ahead.
when we leave from here, our job is to go
Stand
ahead
on. The
and
spoken cash account was great.
if we leave from here, our duty is
Maybe
to
the point
call
of
all of
documents
the
send a point of capital building.
if we leave from here, our duty now would be to call all of the lawmakers that served from 2014 to see the declared asset.
You can do that, I said, though. You got time in your hand. You can do that.
Yeah,
but you can do that. The only person I have from me is great.
I'm a minute now. Let me have it. I am saying we will call all of the lawmakers who served from 2014 to ask them if they declare asset. We will call them. So I'm sure we can close because in my mind when I have other time.
Even Jeremiah Conde will declare asset on when he became 5%.
My question, my thing here is, like I've always said consistent and over and over, one of the most difficult jobs anyone can do is to lie. To consistently lie is not easy. Because when you lie today, you lie tomorrow, you lie after tomorrow, one day you will forget everything you said earlier on and you will make mistakes and say different things. Then it will catch you.
That's why you left your phone in front, Annie.
The government here came and said, the government came and said,
the
this government came and said they had ghost lists all around the place. And they said they were doing counting to take all of the ghost names from on payroll.
They said they took 5,000 ghost names out.
Here today, President Baga appointed people that died. When you continue to lie, you will face problems in the future. That's why you cannot master lying. Now, it is not civil servants, though, as a declaration, only 70 people, not all of civil servants. They are telling us that people that even died, President Baga appointed that they've been taking pay. So to lie is not easy. And I want to ask, who the president suspended? Who did he really suspend? He suspended dead guy who died. He suspended Sober Joey, no, nothing. Anybody? Who did he suspend? This is the government is under pressure. So yeah, just do something, man. Hey, government, be serious. But listen, I wanted to end on this because, like I said, we will not have any time to close again. I think Jeremiah, not Jeremiah Kuhn, but Richard Kuhn is going through some hard times. He's really going through some hard times. And if I were advise my own brother, I think it is embarrassing that everybody is not even trying to even shake his hand or even greet him or anything. Everywhere the man goes, nobody recognizes him. But he still says he will be speak up and fire by force. How can you put yourself in such disgrace and embarrassment?
Even the ceremonial president.
The man goes here to program, nobody calling him. He can't yet, nobody shaking him.
Who's not calling him? Who's not recognizing him?
She probably him. Sarah Lou,
there's a video of President Shelly passing by the man shaking the chief.
I'm not with Todd now.
Our brother, our citizen brother. Is it our citizen brother? They may not talking.
Why is Richard Kuhn doing this to himself? Nobody is respecting the brother. The brother is like government boom.
Let me ask you a question, Asido. Is Richard Kuhn the Speaker of the House of Representatives?
He is not Speaker. I'm saying he keeps forcing himself. So nobody is looking at him as Speaker. He won't shake other person here. They put their hands and say, "Leave him, who are you?" He won't cancel. They put him, man, move for him, who can call you? Why is he doing this? Why he making
I think Richard Kuhn is in a serious spot here, man. Yes. I think it's hard for him.
The worst position I've ever seen a person put on themselves, and they can get no respect from no one. Richard Kuhn needs to resign. If he thinks in his head he's Speaker, he needs to resign from his head. This is an embarrassment. It is making him to look crazy, shameful, and embarrassing. Everywhere the man goes, nobody recognizes him. Why would you be doing yourself like this? He put in too much shame on his face, man. I know Richard Kuhn, but he can't be doing this to himself. Please step down.
What's your suggestion? What's your suggestion, Asik, do?
My suggestion is that let him resign from his head. He is not a speaker outside, but he's a speaker in his head. Let him resign from there and stop forcing himself places because no one is recognizing him.
Granny, stop laughing. Granny, stop laughing. Is there anybody disagreeing with Isaac though on the show about Richard Poon?
I disagree with Isaac though. I mean, like, okay, now you correct that and say the man should resign his head, but I mean, like, he's not even speaker to even
No,
resign.
he's not a hands speaker in his head.
In his head, yeah.
Let's say this real quick.
But still, did you see the video of President Shirley passing by him?
No, I know. I really don't see when you guys send me those kind of video. I really don't see it too clear. It got viruses on it. But I want to put this up before we go to Fundella Patrick. This is. Oh, I want to ask you this. 421 Minister of Commerce, right? I believe Magdalene Ellen Daconet. It's going to be Dacoset. If this is her, though, she just got there, right? And the fact remains that they say she's suspended. That doesn't mean that she's not going to work. Ali Silla from ARCOP, I believe. All right, he just took the ambassador job to one of this African country. They don't confirm him. He and Conan and Louis Brown, all of them were confirmed because they know it's a chair on foreign affairs, right? Doesn't mean that they are coming back in the country to serve the suspension. Look at Edward Appleton also. Appleton. Likewise, Edward Appleton. He went as ambassador to. Is he coming back? Louis Brown is right here. So these are the questions folks are asking. I said, let me start with you before we go to my brother Fundella Patrick. Forget about speaker number 2 for a minute. How the government intend to fix this?
Well, so Stanton, like I was in flight at the end to this question. I asked, what exactly did executive mansion intend to do? Who are they suspending? Who they are not suspending? Who is part of this? Who isn't part of this? LACC does not have presidential powers. How is it any possible that the president suspends people and asks LACC to put the list of the people he suspends on? What kind of government like this would let him go into rain come to let him? Why can't the president be specific in who he is suspending based on the reason? How can he tell LACC to point to those he suspended? But please, Stanton, allow me to end, and this is my last because, again, I will not have other chance to come back to end. I really wanted to end because I posted something on my Facebook page. I wanted to end on my country war woman, Madam Gloria Musu-Scott. In my memory, I may be wrong, Madam Scott serves as the only human being that served as Supreme Court Justice who went to jail for allegations of murder towards her daughter. Today, Madam Scott is free. Madam Musu-Scott does not seem to be concerned at all about those who killed the girl in her roof. Why is it that Madam Scott is not taking this girl's death any serious? Today she is free. That little girl is in the grave. She is dead. Her family cried over her. Madam Scott should be leading the charge. This is her government. This is her government. She should show interest in the death of that little girl. Let her remember that that girl's blood was spilled in her home. Why shouldn't the madam be so much interested, but she is serving as guest speaker all around the place and not ensuring that those who killed her daughter will be brought to justice? Why is she doing that? Why is she quiet? And where is Jerry Radio? Where is the Nigerian show man who was what happened?
All right, thank you very much, Isaac. Let me address this something that you are so passionate about as an advocate for Gloria Musu-Scott's daughter. I don't think you can cry more than the bereaved. I don't think Madam Gloria Musu-Scott there to report to you on her every activities as she advocates to bring her daughter killer or alleged killer to justice. Everything you're doing, why? She's not calling you. She will never call you to report to you. Grieving comes in so many ways. She's hurt. She went through a lot. If you know her, like most people do, you will not be asking this why question. If you think that she's not fighting, she's not engaging, Because the
Your
woman
response
asked
is to
her.
be disingenuous. I'm
I
speaking to
will respond. I will respond.
No,
Then
it
you
is
can
not
come back.
disingenuous.
I will respond, and you will come back because you always with this why.
Because we need to
Do
know.
you want Madam Scott to go do a press conference and tell you how she's
You don't have to report
moving
to me.
about, how she removing about to talk about her daughter's death? You cannot cry more than the bereaved. Your government accused her of killing her daughter.
You can't tell me she can report to me.
Your government accused her of killing her daughter. Your government put her in jail by
your
lying
premise,
to her.
no. Your
Second,
premise
who
is
killed the
wrong.
girl? Why are
Your
you
entire premise, your premise is wrong.
Your entire premise is
I
wrong.
will address this. I will address this.
Your premise. No, I don't. You can.
Brother Clinton, I will address this. Brother Clinton,
Just 1 second. Allow me to interrupt you for 1 second.
Let me finish. Like I said, don't finish, then you can come in. We'll give you just time.
Okay.
Because I said don't run it with this thing. Jerome Verdell lied. Jerome Verdell lied, and I don't know why I said don't went up. I said don't run it with this thing that Jerome Verdell lied. And I will say to you, I say you are in error. Everybody wants this government to go and find the killer of Musu's daughter. When you sit on the show like Spoon Talk and you insinuate that Madam Gloria Musunska is doing nothing, then go pick up the phone and talk to her. That's her daughter. For years, she put her in school. For years, she took care of her. For someone to enter that house and kill her, and I will say this again, and the CDC-led government, whatever it took them to put her in jail and find her guilty, I will say to you, the Supreme Court deemed it necessary and declare her, and they free her. And the court told her, say, you can go home, you're a free woman. If you got any further question to know whether she's fighting, whether she engaged in this government, whether she engaged in the Justice Department, it would be the best thing that you call her and you find out. So you mean all these years she must still be crying, she must be sitting in her one room, she shouldn't get a job. You know how people relieve themselves of this kind of stress? It's shame on you, man. And I hope your internet can come and you come back and can't let talking. But every day, Mother Gloria Musunska.
I hope now you call the man up, then you talking about say,
every day, I don't cut anybody up when I'm in
you
debate.
do call people up.
Okay. Madam Gloria Musunska, Madam Gloria Musunska do this. It's so bad that you still fighting this woman that you tried to destroy. It didn't work. And you still fighting her like this. Give the woman a chance. She's a seasoned lawyer. She served as Justice Minister, as Chief Justice. She knows exactly what she's doing. And trust me, with God above and long life, she will fight this thing to her death. You don't have to remind her why she's still mourning. You don't have to remind the family why the family is still mourning. Find another way to talk your politics. Vendetta Patrick, please. Somebody please bring Asido on because I don't know why
supposed to come. You tell your agreement 1 second.
No, you already talk enough. Come on, please. I haven't even addressed this. LSCC, please. Fenella, please.
Yeah, so
John,
I don't want nobody to interrupt me, please.
No,
Yeah, because
I thought you said I was coming back to come after you.
Evidence by the very police you have invited.
Fenella, Patrick, please. Waiting for Isaac to talk.
That's my time to talk. You will talk that later.
Yeah.
I am worried that you don't want to play for
so,
I didn't know
so, see, we have been on this platform rebuking and criticizing the government for not putting its steps on the ground, especially for those who deliberately and willfully refuse. Why I think the announcement today, and I saw a few government officials, they were very disturbed because there is this speculation when you are suspended, you are not coming back. We saw LDA, we saw other areas, they never came back. So if possible, some of these people that are suspended today, they are not coming back. I'm very sure some of them will not come back. So for me, I think if anybody thought at the time that actions will not be taken, today some of them are getting ready to do their usual thing they're supposed to have done prior to their confirmation. But here is what I have problem with. The LACC is compromised. The way they go after certain individuals accused of corruption, we all sat here. We rebuked the LRA, LTA, and other agencies involved in alleged corruption. They never wrote them. No, they did not. But recently, with the case of Swakoko, and they went in the road. I see this form of targeting individual. If you are fighting corruption collectively without any prejudice, it has to be holistic. This is where I have a fundamental problem. Secondly, I saw on the Executive Mansion website mandating the LACC to publish the list of individuals, public officials, who have not declared their assets. I would have expected the Executive Mansion to collect the listing from LACC and come up with a strong statement. So right now, if you look on the social media, I see a lot of public officials. Some of them declare their assets, but they are on the list of LACC, website that they did not declare. And this is the beginning of transparency. One will clearly sit and say LACC has not been transparent because the president mandated you. If a public official declare their asset, make sure you have it in your database. But from the day they publish that asset declaration list today, look at Facebook. Some people are there. I'm sure that's where my dear brother Azedo is talking about. So the LACC needs to be overhauled. If I would even recommend, they need to be audited too. Because if you misinform the executive branch of government that I did not declare my asset, and I know very well I have declared my asset, and the president suspend me, I have all reason to say the LACC is not credible. If they can do it like that, what more about the investigation they are going to get involved in? I think there is a specific disjunctive aspect of government collaboration. The executive branch need to coordinate well. On the issue of the fire service, CEO, 650 gallons disappear. How it happened? It undermines the function of the Liberal or National Fire Service. Maybe that's why the trucks are not going around, because there's no gas or fuel. And I read an information today, say yet to be confirmed, that the individual involved, the procurement director, has agreed to pay $100 per month. 650 gallons, I think, is equivalent to $2,900. I think almost like $3,000 US. That is the equivalent. That she took responsibility and she'll be paying $100 per month. For me, how it happened? When it happened? So these are questions. So for me, as I close tonight, CEO, in everything that we have said, it is also good to speak clearly that in as much we come here to criticize, government is not a bad institution. Government by itself is a very good institution. But people that go into government, they come from the communities, they come from the churches, they come from the mosques, they come from different sectors. They go into government to make the government to look bad. So for me, what we criticize, not just about criticism. Somebody is saying, government, yes. I think one of the reasons why people are hiding under the canopy of government is the fact that we always deal with them collectively. I will personally, in my mind, deal with individuals, because some of them, before taking oath to take office, they kiss the Bible, or they go there to work. And some of them hide under this canopy that I'm the one to catching. but it will be pointing them out that what we have been doing recently, we go after you as an individual or head of entity. That way we'll succeed. But once you corner them, some people will feel like, they are on their own.
Thank you. We got only 2 more to go. Let's just announce the shooting of the 17-year-old. I think he's 17 or 14. Today by the Liberian police. What you say, Honorable Gray? Okay. I don't know what's your take on it. Again, another shooting by Liberian National Police. We hope that Gregory Kuma can speak to it. It took place in Banjo, Mosserado County. Banjo is in Mosserado, right? Yeah, that District 17. I hope that the representative DJ Blue can speak to that as well. Another police shooting. We also want to announce that Cummins spoke today. Cummins said a lot of stuff today, which was actually, I don't know, whatever he said, whether it was anything interesting to you guys. If you want to close, we are about to close. Again, but for the record, I didn't take acid dope from the show. I have never taken acid dope from this program before, and I would never do such a thing. I know who removed acid dope. It was Clinton, because today we gave Clinton the right to come on the show and to mute and unmute everybody. So maybe he's exercising that right. You can see him talking to me right now, and I refuse to listen to him. But Dr. Richardson, your political leader or your former political leader spoke, Alexander Cummings, today. Is there any takeaway you have in the killing of the 17-year-old youth by the Liberian National Police as alleged?
Do you want me to do my closing, or I will do closing?
Yeah, we're going to wrap this conversation up, and we can close. Or you want to separate them, then we come with closing. No problem. So let's talk on the last two. The last two we have.
I think we should get close with the last questions, man.
It's okay if you have to go, Clinton. It's okay.
So you see, you don't want to be pushing for time. So when you want, when you have your agenda, now say it's okay to go. Okay.
Okay. To answer your question, I think I spoke about Mr. Cummings' press conference today. Earlier, when
your internet is not sending you right there. We're not hearing you, Mama. The internet is going off. You want to go come back?
Yeah,
please? True. All right. Glenny, let me hear you. Mr. Cummings. Mr. Cummings spoke, Glenny, and the 17-year-old man.
So I think it's a sad thing about the 17-year-old boy who lost his life. I hope that there will be an investigation. These untimely deaths, they always bring an array of sadness to family members and also to the community at large. So I'm hoping that the police director, there's an investigation, there's a reason for such a young child to lose his life. The second thing is Mr. Cummings is a Liberian. He ran in the elections, a viable candidate. That I think some Liberians may have some regrets now that they didn't vote for Cummings, depending on what side of the aisle they're on. So I haven't listened, but I did see some postings of some of the things that he said. So I welcome that he's back, but not back in the full political swing of things, but he's back as a Liberian. It took him a while, but I welcome that he's a Liberian. So I always said that people were prejudiced against Cummings, in my opinion, for the wrong reasons. Whether he was here from Charlie King Town to now, he was a Liberian. He felt he could run to be president, and then that was his right. So I think that's okay. I want to talk a lot. I didn't talk about the LCC. I think it's unfortunate. And I was talking to somebody from the government today. I said it's unfortunate because the list that was presented today out to the public is a list that President Boyka has to stand by, that's representing him as president. And if you can have a list where you have people on there who didn't serve in government, who was appointed but never served, you have people on there who clearly have died. And then you have this list when the president is saying, when the executive manager is saying that the LSCC will post a list, and this part is kind of embarrassing for them not to even double check or triple check the list before posting it, because that list, like I think Governor said, represents the president. Clearly, whether he wrote the list, whether it came from his office, no matter what, we understand that he's president. The list is not coming from the executive branch, but the director came for them to share the list. So that list should have been corrected. These kind of mediocre things that we continue to face should not happen. There should be check and balances. I hear there's a press conference tomorrow with the LECC boss. I would hope that she will address this because it's a disgrace. Clear disgrace. There's no way to sugarcoat it or to cover it.
I agree with
Embarrassed
you.
the president today. President Boyka was embarrassed today by that list, and that should not have happened. That list should have been thoroughly checked. And I think it's almost like this was a rush to judgment thing. Like the rush to suspend these people. I don't know whether they have plans in pays. They're going to take pay. They're not going to take pay. Today is February 12th. All of those things. I don't know what the plan is about this. But the mere fact that the president issued suspensions to government officials, and then we get a list that we can compare to the suspension and find out that some of those people, they're not even in the position. Some of them are dead. That's just unacceptable in my opinion. But great show it was great being here today. Thank you.
Benny, thank you very much. I mean, thank you that you came back. We didn't, never had the time to talk about your trip and who took
So
you.
you must be lying.
Well, we're talking about
Thank you
it.
very much. I don't know who took you there, but that's okay.
Send
Gibson?
said somebody took you on that trip.
Yeah,
Like, why you not
thank you very much.
He said, like, why you so active? You just talking.
I will use my 2 minutes like this.
I heard all that thing.
The declaration.
Please be audible, Mr. Gibson. Mr. Terry
Are
Young.
you mad with Gibson because he debunked you and said Tiawan will be running 2029? Are you mad?
Well, nobody knows Tiawan.
Everybody believe Gibson because Gibson is the closest to Tiawan on the show than you.
Nobody knows Tiawan more than me. If I say Tiawan will run, it's coming from the horse's mouth. Listen,
I do believe that, Gibson. You are quite correct. And he got nothing to say.
And I proved it before, and you know that. Let me just say this. This conflict of interest law, the first lawyer that challenged this law is J.D. Bayoka Jr. He was the first lawyer that challenged this law.
Glenepa there.
Glenepa? I didn't know that.
You don't know your own father-in-law?
You don't know the woman you want. You don't know about your father-in-law.
The reason I brought it up, I was shocked the other day when they said that Glenn is father. That man is a good friend of mine. He's one of the toughest lawyers we have.
But the relationship will be there.
Then you
No,
want,
he's a very good friend of mine.
then you want Chamo.
Why you interrupting the man? The mentor
I
is
want not tell you the stage of Gibson. I said,
The constitution,
the man Bunny. Google.
When the constitution
So
mentioned,
you know Glenn Mount too?
No, I don't even know Glenny. I don't know much of him.
Introduce yourself to the woman. That thing I'm feeling.
I don't know. I mean, I'm just saying something.
You already know the puppet now.
The reason I'm breaking this.
That's why you bring it on. We're trying to make it thing easy, but that's the important one. So you know the puppet.
My wife is listening.
1 minute.
My wife watched this show.
You take it back.
When the Constitution mentioned conflict of interest, JD was a councilman and he was a lawyer as well. So he represented one of the clients in the court at the criminal court C. And then one of the lawyers raised the issue that he had no business representing any private client when he's representing the government of Liberia. And he challenged that law. He won that case. I covered that case at the time I was a journalist. So the reason I brought it is that it has been a very important law in Liberia, backed by the Constitution, for people to respect this conflict of interest law. In this conflict of interest law is embedded the declaration of asset. And the reason for that is to make sure that people who are coming into government, they are coming with what they say they have, and they are not leaving with what they didn't bring. And that's what Councillor Gongloe called the audit of personal lifestyle. What is happening today? Sober George, my colleague, journalist, because President Boga didn't like him, they removed his name. He had never been working. Today, the LSCC published his name as one of those who is suspended. Eugene Fagon, you were just on the live that he said he declared his asset, but they still included his name. Roger Doma is not a deputy minister of health. The LSCC put a name as deputy minister of health, suspended. How are you doing that? Listen, that's a very good question. We've been overlooking, we've been passing over it. We haven't been addressing it. People who are ambassadors, like Louis Brown, you say you suspend them. Does that mean they can't talk for the government tomorrow morning? You say they are suspended. How is this suspension consummated? Is the president just making a public declaration, you're all suspended? Or is he writing them and say, Louis Brown, you are recalled to Monrovia effective immediately because you have failed to declare your asset, which because of which you have been suspended. We are expecting you to be in Monrovia in the next 24 hours or 72 hours. Was this the kind of letter that's been sent around? Or they are suspended to us here in the public glare, but Louis Brown is in Washington, D.C. He negotiating with diplomats? This is a fact. This is
not in New York.
In New York, yeah, I mean, thank you, in New York. This is just a joke. The president didn't do this. I don't think the president did it. Somebody who wanted to redeem the name of the president is the one who did it. First of all, the president been begging and saying 1 year ago to declare the assets. If they cannot declare the asset 1 year ago, say he been begging it. What's wrong with dismissing them in the first place? Why suspend them? This is just, look, we're begging President Boakai. Please, President Boakai, put yourself together. This job is hard. We know that. Especially for an old man, we know it's hard. But don't let the people to do things on your behalf and they do it all wrong. Please, we beg you. Let some responsibility be exercised in this kind of thing. We can't have a situation where you just publish people's name. The LSC don't know who working and who not working. Now, the press secretary just published just now. I just read in the press secretary probably on Facebook that the LA update, the LACC have been requested to make correction to the people who are suspended. What kind of thing is this? They just published it just now.
It's not just now. They published that a long time. Again, let's just leave it like that.
I mean, like just now, because the thing they publish it around maybe around 3 or 4 o'clock. Just now, after you publish it.
What does the release say? What does it say?
The press secretary office is asking update. The government of Liberia is requesting LACC to make correction to the people who are suspended, to make a correction to the list. What is that?
Yeah, but that's Jesse. I don't know if you finished, but I wanted to follow coming from there.
I finished.
That is total nonsense. Because look,
but Clinton, let's get something straight. I know you're speaking Gibson. Now you say that your wife is watching.
Oh.
So no more you're talking about Glenn. You have no more interest, right?
No, I can talk about Glendy. That's not wrong with Glendy.
So you have no more interest in her, right?
Glendy is a friend.
No, stop.
Hey, you told he had interest before. What kind of trouble is this?
I never said
Yes, he said it. Yes, he said it. Are you taking it back? I heard you taking
everybody on the show know that you have interest.
Everybody on the show knows. So are you taking it back?
You people are imputing.
You're choosing her because your wife is watching. You are choosing because your wife is watching today. Are you taking it back officially? Are you taking it back officially?
I am not taking nothing back.
No.
I'm not forcing anything. Gelly is a friend.
CEO. No.
LCC got to call Gibson. Go ahead, Peter.
Let him declare asset. They Gibson guy got to declare asset.
My wife is watching. Please.
That's still the name.
Asset declaration time.
The good thing in Monrovia, I'm here.
Okay, but it will make it worse for you because you get your flight to carry to
Again,
Virginia.
you see Maryland right here in America.
You see that?
Okay, no, there's nothing
Yeah,
here.
let me. I beg you. Let me.
Speak
So
louder than
every
words.
time I ask for somebody's name or their phone number, there I want the person. Why
But see,
always
let me close.
They're not fair.
CEO, please. CEO, let me close because the electricity will soon go in my area. I have like 3 minutes. Gentlemen, please. I will soon be in darkness.
Yeah, baby.
Improve the electricity situation.
You can be. You depending
Yeah, I will soon be in darkness, guys. Please.
Are you going to be depending the rescue mission?
Yeah, gentlemen, you stop, man. They all of the. Every time I appeal to you guys, man, it's serious. So please,
Mama, you've been talking. Mama, you talk for 10
no,
minutes.
Mama, you have electricity. Please, let me close. I have like no security. No, but you stop.
Mama, you got 30 seconds to close.
I'm only asking you now. Why you gonna let me go first?
Go. You got 1 minute.
I think it was a good show. I love the disagreements. And for some of you who are not on the ground, when I pass by, I go to places, the commendation, the recommendations, all of you are very incredible. I must state it clearly. The jokes on the show, like I think 3 days ago, I went somewhere and somebody spotted me and they gave high rating to the spoon talk. You know, I'm sure Akara's Gray is here with me. Sometimes people meet you and they share that. And I like the diversity of the show. I'm reading some comment. This is not an opposition show, neither a pro-government show. This is why Spoon Talk very unique. But what I want to say this, for me, like the other day I said clearly, Godmother, I've never been a government spokesperson, but I've been one of those that stood here and argue that if the government does not take action against individuals who deliberately and willfully refuse to declare their asset, they will steal from government and nothing will happen. So for the fact that a step has been taken to suspend all of them, it is something that I have to celebrate. But the listing from the LACC is contradicting. And I still believe that the LACC itself needs to clean its house to see listing coming from there, including the names of individuals who already declared their assets. It speaks volume that the LACC itself is not transparent. Because if the LACC was transparent, it was clear listing of individuals who declare their assets or not. So I'm even sitting here trying to question the sincerity of those they are currently investigating as to whether it will be transparent or not. But again, I can say this clearly, that like you and I to enlighten our people about things that happen. But again, most of our people, they don't listen. Every time we come there, we rebuke these people. If elections are conducted today and somebody come as a stormy infrastructure engineer, everything that we say here tonight or been saying, they will consider it to be rubbish. They don't listen. So again, I always speak based on what I believe is morally acceptable compared to other people. Because if you speak here to get praises from people, apparently one day when you disagree with them, they say you are a bad man. So again, on this note, I want to say thank you, CEO, for always affording me the time to talk. In 3 minutes, I will be in darkness. I wish I could turn to fish tonight and go in the river. JMB, my last appeal. This electricity problem is causing a lot of things. And it's bad for people to sleep and it's sweat throughout the night. If you have never done anything about electricity, John Mahama lost election in Ghana because of electricity in 2016. This thing will lead to the political demise of the United Party. Address this issue of electricity. You have clinics, you have hospitals. In case of emergency, when there's no electricity in a hospital or something, there will be a problem. We want you,
I
Mr.
see you say you
President,
done. I
to
see you say
address
you're
this
leaving.
issue of electricity, or else
You know, hear that method for short time before.
Thank you, Vandana Patrick. It's always good seeing you. Want to go to Honorable Gray because Honorable Gray, you know, he's in Liberia, the honorable man. Moses Sakara is great. Thank you again
Yeah.
for
Oh,
joining us. Don't forget, folks, tomorrow we're having a wonderful show. We have Martin Corley on, the gentleman from the Road Fund, and we can announce to all of you. Jacita Winton will be receiving a letter from LACC. There's an open investigation on Josita Winton from the National Road Fund. She will be called, she will be investigated based on those documents that Martin Cordy and other network, including the Spoon Network, the allegation of massive corruption. She will be on a massive investigation. And also we'll talk about Mo Ali and Unity Party letter that they submitted to LCC today. Again, if you can go. If you can stay still, we will continue on this show. And want to say thank you for joining us. Moses Akara is great. Let's hear
yeah.
you.
Basically, Stanton. Let me say it again. Thank you to everyone. And today, I feel not just upbeat, but living on a legacy of few cardinal bills that we sponsor that today the nation can discuss in terms of good governance, in terms of nepotism, in terms of corruption. I recall vividly that by 2012, when I made a commitment to the Liberian Board in 2011 and became an inducted lawmaker in 2012, one of the things that I chose to take on was to ensure that a provision of Article 90C of the Liberian Constitution is fulfilled. And that calls for establishing a code of conduct that will be able to govern the affairs of officials of government. The Code of Conduct of 2014 that came into effect is the best law for the governance process of our country. I see people just cherry pick. They talk about access declaration. Today, probably had we not sponsored that law, there will be nothing called access declaration in terms of the governance process of our country. Today, had we not sponsored that law, there will be nothing discussed in the public led on the issue of nepotism. There will have been inscribed unwritten law about the issue of conflict of interest, even protecting the disabled, etc. Okay, so the code of conduct is a legacy document that I will always pay homage to, that I respect a lot, and I'm happy that we are discussing the code of conduct that even speaks to the issue of drugs, alcoholism, etc. Time to go to work, time to leave work, all of those things. Another document that I'm proud of, it has to do with the issue of the dual nationality. It's a kind of a legacy bill that we must respect, and that of the just law that we co-sponsor. I say these things because we have not had the opportunity to explain to the public some of the burdens of the output that we have had in the past, in our 12 years. That today Unity Party can sit and say code of conduct, not because a lawmaker from Unity Party sponsor it. No, the amended version of the Code of Conduct in 2022 that talks about suspension that we are all discussing today in my closing statement, that is a result of a signature document of President Weah. We could not have suspended officials because the provision did not provide for suspension that was passed under President Seti in 2014. But by 2022, in December, we are amended the Code of Conduct for suspension. And because we did not win election by 2023, 2024, so the new government for now has decided to implement that provision of the law. Should I not be a proud man tonight that Stanton Watterson, who had disagreed with me in 2023, can discuss a code of conduct law through our advocacy and our stance? I think I feel vindicated. And I think the citizen-led administration is indeed vindicated. So you can't say anything about that. Nobody, not Stanton Watterson specifically. But finally, Stanton, I want to say something. Look, the Spoon Network invited some of us here because they believe they needed a kind of a balance show after the election. I believe so. So that this program cannot be a dominant one sane program. Our presence here does not presuppose that in any form or manner, in fact, Stanton and I have had a lot of disagreement publicly and outside of the public. Okay, it does not presuppose that this show is a dominant CDC show. It's unfortunate. I would love to use this occasion to challenge the brothers' minds of the Unity Party to appear on this program because the inability of the government to articulate her views, to be able to say the gains of the administration is a serious concern. So you cannot blame our opposition when we disagree with the government, especially when we see the excesses of the government. That's our responsibility, our opposition. I'm not here to chair the government. It's not my job as an opposition. I interacted with Tony Blair. I interacted with a lot of people around the world. I took a training at the U.S. Congress. There's no job. Donald Trump was not praising Biden, and Biden wasn't praising Donald Trump. It's not my responsibility. So I think the balanced nature of the spoon talk after the election should be a commendable venture, and people should not shy away from central government or national government to appear. Let them come. Let us slaughter them on the program. That keep them on the defensive. Very important. But because they don't have the calorie they used to just talking and leaving, they don't used to the debate, they don't used to the disagreement, they are not tolerant group of people, so they are running away. Unfortunately, it's the manners for the government. If they cannot appear, we want them here, we want to challenge them, we want to take them on and facing them and defeat them on the spoon that way. Thank you very much.
The Honorable Moses Akaris, great. Thank you very much. As always, guys, we cannot go through. Sorry again, I see my brother Colonel Gray in the back. Colonel Gray, you came late. We got to go home. Asido going to have the last word because it's only important for Asido to close. I want to say to all of you, thank you for joining us. Asido, please make it 30 seconds. Now, Adamo got to go home. We're begging you.
I haven't closed yet. Give me a point closing.
No, you're close already, right?
Wow, where?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. All right. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I get 30 seconds. I can even.
Yeah, I said, look, I want 30 seconds. I said,
yeah, I only want. You know, I said something earlier about Richard Kuhn resigning from his head. Stanton, I want to ask you personally. You. I don't know how you would look at it, but what do you think? Looking at everything that is going on with Richard Kuhn, nobody seems to want to respect him at all. No one is addressing him as a
Isaac, let me say this. Okay, you know, I don't like to talk about Richard Kuhn because Richard Kuhn actually, I know him. Seriously, I respect him. But I think Richard Kuhn is to a bad place. And guess you agree with me on this one. If I Richard Kuhn, seriously, I will not take that position. I will remain a representative and serve my people. Two things has happened with Richard Kuhn, guys. Richard Kuhn in district number 11, they are getting signature to remove him. Now, maybe it will not work because, you know, he's the speaker number 2. Richard Kuhn, with all indication, he cannot be re-elected, I say. If countrymen, original countrymen, and I want Liberians to hear this, decide to run, Richard Kuhn is done. Richard Kuhn's future is limited within this time frame up to 2029. That's it. Richard Kuhn can do better, and I'm serious. Richard Kuhn, I say, can do better to say, you know what, you're okay, you're trouble. Let me serve my people as representative. He's in a bad spot. When you have people, international folks, refusing to shake his hand, when you have Madame Salih shaking Thomas Falayan and refusing to shake Richard Kuhn hand, that's a problem. When you have people in Liberia refusing to acknowledge Richard Kuhn as speaker, that's a problem. Richard Kuhn is going down in history like a neglected, rejected, disowned speaker at this time. It's not a pleasurable job. So anything you want to say, and I hope we can have the Richard Kuhn conversation about. The best thing Richard Kuhn can do, I know he's happy, but you know how sometimes if you mess up with your wife and you pretend to be happy, and ask Paul Kennedy, he knows this. Whenever you go to Liberia, he come back in a bad, awkward position. It takes
That's not true. That's not true.
Months
that is
for
not
Paul
true.
Kennedy to recover. So the best thing, folks, and I will say this to my brother Richard Kuhn. I love Richard Kuhn. I do think that Richard Kuhn is in a bad spot, right? Well, Richard Kuhn, he's gonna make the money he gotta make. He's gonna do everything right now. 2029, they will reject him. District 11 will reject Richard Kuhn. Richard Kuhn can get all the money he want to get right now. 2029, they will reject him. Because you know what? The people didn't like the procedure. If Richard Kuhn think that the people want him as speaker to solve the whole Wahala, I say, give me the rest of your time. Let me tell you something. He should open an election. If Richard Kuhn think he got 57 individuals that are willing to support him to shut down for the Article 5 and bring some respect to that house, Richard Kuhn should open a new election. He should step down and ask the people to go for election. And it gets in my line, it will end this whole Wahala. It will end this whole thing. Now he get the how you call him, Musa Birete group, right? For the sake of peace, for the sake of transparency, for the sake of good governance, for the sake of unity in our country, to restore hope and dignity, Richard Kuhn should step down and then allow a new speaker election in the House of Representatives. Everybody will take Richard Kuhn as a hero. But Richard Kuhn won. And that's a problem in our country. And that will be the lasting problem. And the people will continue to go down that the majority Black are in the condition called ultra virus. They hijack this thing. They store this thing away. They're creating problem, something that you have never seen before. And this is maliciously done. This is a junta movement. This is the way in which everybody will come back and say, you know what? Regardless of you pace, your sedition, your opposition, in position, no position, you guys mess up on this one. And guess what? They're still making the same mistake. Keep saying, they are still making the same mistake. You go bust in a fanatical for office. You still broke the law. You still spent hundreds of them. You still broke the law. You say you giving out the money, you ate the money. You still broke the law. The speaker budget supposed to be 1.9 million. You took it to 5.8 million. You still broke the law. It's all about the money. Should we sit on the show to defend this thing? That nonsense needs to stop. You got young, educated men and women serving as representatives for the people. They have disgraced themselves and brought themselves to public shame. Say anything you want to say. They broke the law. They caused the Capitol building to burn down Asedo. It was because of Richard Kuhn. It was because of Fode Famula. It was because of Fonati Kofa. It was because of Marvin Cole. It was because of all 73 of them today, including the senators. The Capitol building is burned, including the executive. And the Liberian people will not forgive them. The Liberian people will meet them at the ballot box. The Liberian people will pay them. Because there's a disgrace in our country. Internationally, we are backers. And you get Richard Kuhn traveling around. You get Richard Kuhn saying, yeah, I'm the speaker. You are a junta speaker. I love Richard Kuhn. But I would say this. Richard Kuhn and the majority of Black, their action, you can refer to it as ultra-virus. I end on this, that my owner saying, I believe today, to make that thing work, to fix it, Richard Kuhn should wake up in the morning and declare a new day for the new speakership within 72 hours or within the 90 days or 60 days and say, we will get it right. If anybody want to vote for me, vote for me. If you choose not to vote for me, I do the same. Liberia got to be on the path of respecting the rule of law. We should be on the path respecting our constitution. The Supreme Court rejected them and called them gangster. It's part of gangsterism, and Richard Kuhn should know better. Fode Famula should know better. James Colette should know better. All of them, their act to take away the speakership illegally is an act of gangsterism, and the Supreme Court called it ultra-virus. I say my own, and I'm going to give it to you. May God save our state. I feel on my closing.
Very, very, very powerful, very moving closing. Very, very, very powerful.
That's the best that Stanton has said in the last 5 months.
Stanton for vice president, Edwin Snow for president.
Yeah, so I don't. So Stanton, I think you dealt with that issue. I just wanted to deal with two issues quickly. One, the issue you raised earlier when Isaac was attempting to speak about the Gloria Scott issue, and you said your government. You kept saying your government, your government. I think we've politicized this issue from the very start, and we continue to do that. When you do that, you politicize the issue when you say your government, because when you do that, you present it as though the CDC government, planted evidence, or there's, the kind of planted thing against it.
Could I have that conversation tomorrow?
Yeah, but let me finish. It's just a few seconds, right?
No, because then you want me to say something. So I beg
Let me
you.
just now.
I'm not close to you. I'm not close to you, Clinton, right? Because I already talked to Acid though. You want us to have this? Let's have a 1 hour, 2 hour conversation tomorrow. We shouldn't just get into it.
We'll talk it tomorrow. But the point I was trying to make is I had the privilege of speaking to investigators and the kids. Look, the Supreme Court ruled. The Supreme Court is the highest.
You are still having the same conversation, brother. You want me to go ahead with? Yeah, I beg you, my man.
Okay, you the conversation you want to have. We'll have the conversation tomorrow. Let's move to the issue with the president. Look, you're blaming the LSCC, and I'm not saying that the LSCC cannot be blamed, but I think the embarrassment today is the president's office is responsible for it. They're just a bunch of irresponsible people, right? The president, the LSCC doesn't go about suspending people. The president suspends people. So the president should have requested the LSCC to send the list of non-compliant people to his office. His folks in his office should have, screen that list. Then the president do the suspension. You can't ask the LSCC to go read a list of the people that the president goes. Just, when you talk about people who were just making noise all this time about how experienced they are, and they keep making these kind of very silly elementary mistakes. Simple. The court sent the LSCC, said, look, send me the list of people who have not complied. Now they come to the president's office and you have people who look at the list. If they had done that, people in the office will obviously know that some of these people just started a job. Some of these people have already complied. They would have known that. And before the president, put out the suspension, no, they didn't do that. So it's on them. I'm not saying the LSCC should now update its list. They need to do better over there. But, let's not excuse the president and his handlers for what happened. This is just one of the many embarrassments that continue to plague this government, with the misgovernance, the governance they are having. Now that Senator does not want to address that issue, but be back tomorrow. We have to address it. It is important. I think when you have a murder investigation and the prime suspect is clear, that investigation continues to be open. And I think
thank you.
We have
to
address
it tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Look, I keep hearing myself back and forth, but I will try to speak within that time. Over 420 members of the government, some of them high-ranking in ministerial and director position, suspended the same day. I mean, I'm not a government expert here, but that just tells me that you are crippling your government from functioning. No serious government will suspend 400 or more of its high-ranking officials, including the Minister of Health and the Minister of Education, those people who have cardinal functions to conduct in the country. You suspend them indefinitely without pay, and you leave their offices in gap to provide services to the country at this crucial time. I just think the government is trying to joke. I don't know where it happened in the world before, where the president, I keep hearing this about Liberia, where one time President Taylor fired all his ministers, reappointed them and need day. The next day, President Salif did the same. But to fire 400 or more government officials, some of them including ministers, deputy ministers, assistant ministers, and so forth, on the same day, you've just crippled the government. And
you suspended them.
Yeah, but you suspended. Thank you. You suspend them from all government public activities. You say you got nothing to do here. You go sit down.
Let me ask you a question.
Until you file. If
the reporters then go to work, go to work tomorrow, right? Because Gibson saying his people go to this ministry and see the same people you suspended working.
Then you
right?
joking.
You go to that ministry on Friday and see the other people that working. Then what happened?
Then you're joking, and nobody will take you seriously. Stanton, no captain can suspend his co-pilot while they are in turbulence. Any captain who does that is leading the plane to disaster. And this is what the president is doing. He appointed people to go for confirmation. Without some of the people he didn't know, I will not put that blame on him. The president will not know everybody he appoints. Then the Senate that's supposed to help him to put these people in check by telling them, listen, have you declare your asset? That would be one of my number one questions on the interview list if I'm interviewing people who are appointed, knowing the law that they're supposed to declare asset before they take office. I, as a senator, will ask them whether they declare their asset. They tell me no, they're not getting that appointment until they go declare their asset and come back. The Senate should have done that. The Senate missed that.
Paul, I want you to end with this. What kind of executive mansion is writing the LACC is requested to make public official updated list? Requested? Who requesting?
The executive mansion. The executive mansion is
the president who ordered them to suspend it is requesting LACC to correct it, or he's ordering LACC to correct it.
I'll leave that up to them to play around.
Man. Some people say that 2 years in government, they can't do play thing. Yeah, isn't that boss cutting here?
Gibson, I'll let them run their play government.
Yeah, man.
But to suspend 400 officials of government the same day, for me, it is bothersome. It's troubling for a country like Liberia that is struggling to make economic ends meet. When you tell the people don't come to work, for some reason, even though they got assisting and deputies, you put them there for a reason. So,
but who is suspended in public office by press release? You write the people. Write the people and tell them why their suspensions are.
So about the fire service, let me.
Yeah, but I think you're wrong because Donald Trump suspend people by Twitter.
Yeah.
No, never did.
Don't bring Donald Trump here.
Yeah, Donald Trump fired people by Twitter.
But let me talk about the fire service. You
spoke about it already, my man.
In my closing, I can speak about anything. That's my closing here.
I mean, your tongue ugly.
Stand up, why are you trying to be a dictator, man? But
man, what made the president of feeling?
Oh yeah, stand up. but let me congratulate.
You can see that Kennedy love to talk, my man.
Let me congratulate the fire service for the initial step of bringing 8 vehicles in town to fight the fire. While they are doing some
so they put brought in people that in the gas money. Nah, baby, let go, man. They put brought in people, let it go. Let it go. They go see the few money.
But the vehicle there and no gas, so we want to take them at least little by little. You know.
Oh, but this is crazy. They put brought 8 vehicles or 10 vehicles, whatever they might, right? Then they allocated the fuel. There's somebody that chop it. Right? Yeah, how can you operate like that? I mean, what kind of what we find ourselves in? You're probably a person,
People think the government not going to stay long. They are just trying to line their pockets.
Yeah.
And that's the service to the president.
Every vehicle that people brought. Then they chop the vehicle few money.
but I would definitely want to thank Councillor Tiawan for coming on board. He still remains one of the icons of our country. What I've not seen Gibson, what I've not seen with him is a team. Because you see, Omer Boakai also is a good person. But what's dragging Omer Boakai down is the team of people he has around him. Councillor Gongloe could be the best person, but if you put the same corrupt and misapplied group of people around him, I can guarantee you he's coming down also. Like Senator always says, there's a cartel of people you want to avoid in governance in that country. You put them around you bring whoever you can bring build there.
Let me raise this issue. I beg you when you finish.
You put the people there, they will just I think you forgot to mention I think you forgot to mention that we're trying to bring the guests in Bapolo about that bridge that people are dying in.
Yeah, that is whenever we get a chance, bring them Saturday or bring them Friday. Let's bring them and talk to them.
So by Friday we need to bring them. They are raising concerns. We need to listen to their concerns to see
Whenever
why.
you get a chance, Friday would be better. Bring them.
Yeah, why government has the money already in allocated to the county, but the bridge has not been fixed and people are
Because
dying.
somebody eat that money. Somebody ate that money.
We need to find out about that bridge.
I want to put this up real quick for you to see. Unity Party leadership went to LDCC and they presented their own letter saying you had a GAC report. And by the way, let me say this. If anyone of you know the PPCC director, man, that guy is coming into the spotlight. His name is Scott, I think, some kind of name, right? That guy, man, a lot of bad report coming up on him. That's the man that when you get your PPCC, everything you go to him, once you pay, the allegation that once you pay the man approve you. And listen,
I won't get sanctioned very soon.
I hope we can discuss him. Seriously, I get a lot of document on him. Once you pay the guy, the allegation, because they say we must say allegation, then will be technical. They say the allegation say once you pay him, right? Look at Nuka. The man approved Nuka. Nuka is in trouble. Minister of Finance, PPCC approved. Minister of Finance, Bill Margaret Jones is in trouble. And I think people are agreeing with Gibson General that Augustine Kwei Gafran is covering for Bill Margaret Jones. I don't know why we get to it. We got a lot of information coming up between Augustine and that of Bill Margaret Jones. And look at El RC. It went through a lot of things everywhere. People say PPCC approved, PPCC approved. Every criminality in the country, everything that has to do with PPCC approval, my man, the media let it go through. So then I was asking, I said, but who's this guy? I said, who's this guy?
Also catching very soon.
No, some of the document people sent it to me, right? Negotiating with this guy, and the guy said, but you know what to do? The allegation. Paul Kennedy, I'm afraid. The only man that will approve these bogus contracts, the man that will approve these bogus deals, they call him Scott.
I know Scott to be a man.
Oh, you know Scott?
I know Scott was at Howell when I went to school.
No, okay, now hold on. Let me finish now. Let me finish.
Let me tell you. I don't mean
we're not discussing him now.
Exactly. Let's look at the processes.
Paul, no, I'm not going to do that. We got to go. We're not discussing him. Wait, I beg you, when we open it up there, I beg you, my brother, then we'll discuss it.
We gather the evidence and question him.
Yes, exactly. I'm just saying, everybody concerned about this Scott guy. What's his first name?
Borgia Scott Johnson.
Borgia Scott Johnson, thank you. Everybody concerned. This man worked for PPCC. Take the cat and the dog to him. Once the situation is right, he will pass it through. Take anything to this guy. And the whole problem about PPCC is because you have the man that's supposed to give the green light. The whole PPCC is damaged. And I was talking to Martin Cody. I said, Martin Cody, these are our findings. Let's go into it. I was talking to other people, and to tell you the truth, I am saying it because what we have on this guy, I don't know who appointed him. I think that Joe, we appointed him.
You won't win again.
I think that Joe, we appointed him. Yeah.
PPCC is supposed to have a commissioner.
It's a tenure
position.
Yeah, it's tenure. So you have commissioner and I think another 4 or 5.
But I keep teaching all the tenure, bro. Why are you talking about tenure again?
No, but I got stay on tenure because of a relationship in the executive mansion he stay hanging on. But we got a lot of stuff. Again, I will say to all of you, right? When we're saying this thing is because something is coming up and it doesn't smell right. It doesn't smell right. Regardless of friendship, I don't know him, but it doesn't smell right. More Ali then got vexed today, their party. I don't know whether the president will respect this thing, Jerome. They got vexed today and they say they're going to LDCC. They tell LDCC, listen, you got cases in front of you that you have to investigate, you have to present. LTA. We've been crying about LTA. After that, Kamara. He said he got the blessing of the president. The GNC report is very clear. The man is damn corrupt. Guess what happened? LDCC going to call him. You got the central bank. Somebody asked Tiawan Gongloe a beautiful question. Can they prosecute Aloysius Stadu though they pay him? Yes. LCC will call him. What's happening with the FIA case? What was the recommendation? In the next 2 weeks, they will be coming up with massive report, over 24 entity and individual report coming up from LCC. In the next 2 weeks, they will be unveiling something that you have never seen before. The folks at LCC working, to tell you the truth. Maybe you don't know, I know they are working. And again, we just got to push a little further for them to do more compared to what they are doing, but they are doing extremely well. Total want to bag but no hand. Somebody is trying to cut the hand. Long sleeve, short sleeve. I want to say to all of you, it's only important what the Unity Party leadership has started. If they can get the blessing of the political leader and the president, this is the right step in the right direction. And we encourage all of you to read the letter.
Some of their name appear on the list.
See that?
They just did it because there are some of their official name appear on the list.
But then the LCC will go after the official. Why? I mean, what's it?
Why would the party wait all this time? Anyway, better later than
let's discuss it more. Then we got a lot of stuff to discuss more. Honorable Conan at Roman Gray, man, you join us late, brother. But let's give you your minute or so to speak to us. Thank you for joining us late. Never let them. Again, it's good to have you, Conan Gray.
Man, I'll just do the honorable thing. I came late, so I'll go with the consequence of not speaking. But I enjoyed the show from the back, even though, I heard some of the actors talking. It's like when they were not in government yesterday, But fast forward to today, that's the anomaly of governance. When you're not there, it's like somebody watching checker, people playing checker. You get all the moves to suggest. You get there, you do the worst.
Right.
People who led unconstitutional action on the university and so on and so forth. Today they say bulldozing the office of the speaker is unconstitutional. I mean, those are the kind of things. That's why I say sometimes I've come to the end where I don't see the words of people, gaining any substance anymore, because once you put them in the driver's seat there, like of Paul Kennedy, they'll do the other thing. And now Kennedy got all the suggestions like has never been in government.
I don't want to be in the executive, I don't want to be senator. But look, there's something I want to say here. I raised it earlier, and then it left me noise. We like to be very clear that we don't want anybody to doubt that Councillor Gongloe will run. I want to say that again. We don't want anybody to doubt.
The only person adopting you is your political party.
You not know what we're doing. You don't know what we're doing. Councillor Gongloe.
We're kind of confused. If Councillor Gongloe will run, then why are you joining CDC?
Who do you joining CDC? I'm just kidding.
You announced it yet.
I was just kidding. Don't worry. I am.
Let me kill like that.
I'm just kidding.
Joining CDC or joining Abilities Party?
They didn't want me. I will go there eat my own too. What's the big deal? I will go eat.
Let me send a birthday shout out to this. Let me send a birthday shout out to this brother. Happy birthday! He always for the spoon. We want to wish him well, my brother. Happy birthday to you. Today is your birthday. The man sent me all the picture, everything, but he refused to say his name. Here you go. Yeah. I mean, I seen all the picture though, but you can tell me your name real quick. That will help also. But if anybody know this brother, today is his birthday. Happy birthday to him.
Don't do that. You don't know, man. Don't put my picture on.
My man, the man sent me a picture. He said today his birthday. I've read it. Celebrating his birthday.
So we'll do that. I will call it. Oh my God.
Oh man, happy birthday to you. Oh, somebody sent me the man name. Thank God. George, happy birthday to you, George. Next time you say your
picture. They would just say one name. They would just say one name too.
That only one in the same, remember. The man is George. When you blame me, I tell the man watching the show. The man is George.
The moment you go to one hotel and say, George, your wife coming, everybody will run outside.
Okay, George, happy birthday.
George, happy birthday to you, my brother. Sorry that you didn't send me your name. You sent me everything, not your name, but we wish you well. Happy birthday to you, George. To all of you that join us, we want to say thank you for the beautiful show. Thanks to Tiawan Gongloe. It's always good having him on. Thanks to you, Gibson Jerry. Thanks to my sister, Dr. Francine Chinwe, special Rich Hussein. Thanks to Glenny. Now we know that Gibson has withdrawn his interest, and thank God for that. Glenny is a free woman.
Bullet back.
Paul Kennedy, thank you. The corner at Remy Gray, as always. Oh, the man sent me an email. The man said his name is George Correa Morris. George Correa Morris. Georgie, happy birthday to you, my brother.
George Morris. What's his name? Okay, George Morris.
Yeah, thanks to Honorable Karis was a great. I said that whether he declared his assets. Again, I'll be on a show that people will give me all the documents that Honorable Great didn't declare his assets. Right, we're going to say Yeke Koruba didn't declare his assets. Likewise, I want to say to all of you and many more.
Dara Dillon declared asset one. He not declare asset because after 3 years, we'll declare asset. You know what do it here?
Who?
Dara Dillon.
But they don't buy a deal with Dillon, man. They don't go talk about Dillon now. Let Dillon just eat on the 2020 now.
Happy birthday, George. Great men are born in February. My birthday is coming up on the 28th.
Your birthday is the 28th?
Yep.
Now, my sister's birthday, Patricia Witherspoon, will always tells you, oh man, took the birthday for the 29th, put it to the 28th.
I was born on the 28th. Nobody took any birthday from the 29th, brother.
I mean, your Oma took it from the 29th, because I think I appear once every 4 years. But yeah,
you don't know that birthday they gave.
Colonel Remy Gray. They just talk. They say, all right, son, in here, we just give it to him.
What's your zodiac sign?
Pisces.
You do all this. You do the Yamanyama zodiac sign. This sign.
Pisces are water people. They are the biggest.
Let me share this with you.
The largest animal on earth live in the water.
Paul, what's this? Last Tuesday, I was supposed to teach Bible study, Paul, and it snowed. This Tuesday again, I was supposed to teach Bible study. It snowed again, so they are canceled only 2 times.
That's a sign God showing the people.
God just tell it there. You
see, God is not seeing.
God got so many ways to warn people, but they can't listen.
But they're not listening. God put it in the church people. You don't bring them in the Bible study.
All of them tell you about to go and say that.
So last Tuesday, we got a message due to the weather. Bible study is for stroke or cancer. Now I getting ready again. Let's go Tuesday again. We got another.
There's not even getting some more out. They can't see.
No, don't get it wrong. Some people say they're clapping when they say Bible study cancer. They clap. They say, hey, God doing anything for a reason because they stand up, man.
Amen. God is love. Jason, thank you very much. We appreciate you. Paul, thank you as always.
All right.
Gonna add Remy Great. Thank you. It's good seeing you, my brother. As always, we appreciate you. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to say thank you for joining us. I'm gonna hang around till Nelson joins us. Let's see if you want to call. I got about maybe 4 more minutes. If any of you want to call on everything we just said, you want to call. I will hang around for 4 minutes. Please do call. Call only on the international line on my phone number because I'm still waiting for Nelson. If you want to call my phone number 609-649-4206. Yes, my number. Let me put my number up and tell me today you heard Tiawan Gongloe. The rest of the show, mostly it will be you guys that are in the United States. Talk to me. Let's go ahead. Hello, your name and where you joining us from? Hello.
How you doing, Opa?
Yeah, my friend. I'm good though. How you doing?
I'm doing good, man. Man, you doing a great job, man. I'll tell Mother City, thank you, man.
Thank you very much. Thank you for calling. What do you make of this show today?
What I make for the show today, man, Opa, like your body corrupt people to all, Opa.
Yeah, so help us to fix them.
Yeah, what we can do, you're talking the right thing, Opa. We just got to wait to 2029, and I pray to God. That second person, that third person also can be you, Opa.
Now, thank you very much. Go with direct our footstep, my friend. Thank you for calling.
God bless you, Opa.
Yes, sir. So let me take another call here. Again, 609-649-4206. Let me take another call. Your name and where you joining us from? Hello? Your name and where you joining us from, please.
I'm Oliver Nathan, joining you from Minnesota.
Oliver, what's good?
No, not bad. Everything you just said is pretty in concerning Richard Coon. And I want to make it clear that Richard Coon will not be represented comes 2029 for District 11. Then he just changed his plan for what he's doing. District 11 people will not vote for him. Yeah, Richard Coon will never be District 11 representative. So let him change his plan for him. Then he will also join Spoon. I think that he will also join the network. So
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Thank you for calling. Let me take another one. Your name and where you joining us from, please.
Linda DJ from Las Vegas.
Man, Linda, how you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you?
We're hanging. Thank you for calling. Did you watch the show and what's your take?
So, I mean, the show is good, and I love watching Spoon, and you guys are doing a great job. And also, I just want to encourage I'll call him my uncle because I'm from like Nema, kind of like Bon County side, but I would say my uncle Tiawan, and I would encourage him to run this election or 2029 election so that, we'll see something different in Liberia, because Liberia is like you always say on your show, Liberia is every one of us home. We can't take Liberia nobody can take Liberia from us, or nobody is more Liberian than the other. But I want him to run so that we will see something different, something that I feel it will be better for Liberia. So I will encourage him to run. If I have to go to Liberia to run campaign for him, I'm ready to go so that we will see something different instead of always unity or CDC. We want to see something different, something that we think will be better, because unity is not doing better. We saw CDC. CDC didn't do better. That's why we brought unity. Unity is not doing better. So we want to see something different, something better. So go Tiawan Gongloe.
Thank you very much, man, Linda. It's good that you called. Thank you. Yes. Your name and where you joining us from?
This is Sharon Sherry Stado, and I call you from Grand Forks, North Dakota.
Yes, sir. Talk to us, please.
First of all, I want to say thank you so much for the show today, coming from the councilor and to the other guys and to the president, suspension of those guys who refuse to declare their asset. I believe the councilor came on the show today with objectivity, and we saw how the show, everyone will like it, what have you. But there's a few things that I wanted for you to ask those guys, like those ask Moses Akara go on the show standard, he's able to ask as it do again as to whether he declares as it doing his tenure as a minister. So at least let be clear and know their record for the stewardship. So I really admire the show today. And thanks to Spoon, as much as you guys be beating us, those are all that support this government. Sometimes it can be easy, but it's necessary that this thing happens. That somebody, it is good that someone we brought to power, it is good that disagree with the person. This is a thing that CDC government did not do. And even those guys on that show will never do publicly. Because they know if they disagree with just publicly, your future in CDC will just be hanging. So thank you so much for the show, and we'll continue to follow. It's on Sunday. It can be easy. It can be getting up, but what to do?
Thank you.
Try to follow, and we'll ask you guys to continue beating on the government to do the right thing.
I appreciate you.
I want to commend the president too, at least as much as it is late, but it is in the rightful direction that those guys that refuse to declare their asset, they should be suspended. And this president, as soon as you suspend, you're not coming back. Just know that. So thank you so much, and I appreciate you.
Thank you very much, my brother. Thanks a lot. And guys, listen, I will give everybody the equal time. You say your own. You got 2 minutes. Talk to us. Your name and where you joining us from. Can you listen into the phone, please? Your name and where you joining us from.
Oh, I'm Abigail calling from California.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Oh, my name is Abigail. I'm calling from California. Oh, yeah. I'm just calling because I always listening to the show, and every time people will always be talking about George Weah. George Weah is not president today because the people wanted change in Liberia. So they need to just leave that whole George Weah business and let Joseph Boakai do the right thing.
They shouldn't be making, and they say, we have people did not declare. I said they did not do this. That because of that, Georgia did not win this election. So the people just need to stop and do the right thing. They are not doing nothing. The Western and Georgia, they just need to shut up. Tomorrow, everybody else are coming on our platform. I will be discussing, Georgia did not do this, Georgia did not do that. Yes. That's why Liberian people came out and said they don't want him, they wanted a change. So there's Joseph Waga, man, I don't even know what they really saw on him. This may happen in every government and nothing changed. What you guys really think that you are really going to bring to this to Liberian people? Especially you. You were one of the person that encouraged the people of Liberia to vote for this guy.
So,
oh my goodness.
So you feeling that America will end the Wahala on?
Now you the one, you the one coming anything on. You were one of the
Okay, now so it's okay, Abigail. We got to, move on. You want to blame everybody and say yes. Listen, this is what you got to understand, Abigail. You take the camel to the water, but you can't force it to drink. If Jose Yima Barka failed, Abigail, we would tell the Liberian people that Jose Yima Barka failed. But then let me ask you, Joia failed, right? And we told the people that Joia failed. So we would not hide anything. There is no sin that goes unpunished. We got to speak, and we got to speak equally. So you call on the show every day. We really appreciate you calling on. You support Joia, you support opposition, you support whoever. We appreciate you. We are all Liberians. Let's do it for our people, okay?
Yeah, I know. I'm not even supporting any of them because I know they are not doing nothing good. They're just putting weight on us because our people are suffering. We have to leave our country. For me, I was in Liberia. I went to school in Liberia. I attended Washington University. Can you imagine getting a BSc in that place? And you're not even making nothing. You gotta leave your country to come here.
Let's leave it there. Let's leave it.
You know what it takes.
So let's leave it right there and allow other people to call. Okay.
Oh, okay.
All right. All right. Thank you. All right. That's Abigail, our constant follower. Let's take the next call and see who's here till we can have Nelson. Hello, your name and where you joining us from.
Okay.
Can you listen into the phone, please, and not your TV or your computer? If you call, just listen to the phone, please. Your name and where you joining us from. Hello? Yes.
Hello?
Talk to us, please.
My name is Raymond Oliver Hoggett. Stanton is big, catching you today on the line. I admonish you and encourage you to continue with your show. You've done very well. Your shows are doing good. But I have a problem, basically, like for today, the list. And I heard everybody on your show trying to blame the executive for that list. And I mean, I agree, of course, but I think the people who are responsible for publicity, the Office of the Press Secretary, or even the LACC itself, should have examined the list before publishing it.
Correct.
And not to waste your time further, your show is doing well. Your moderation is wonderful. But sometimes I think you allow some of your panelists to be too interrupting. Like a counselor, the counselor there, I've forgotten his name.
Councilor Clinton?
Exactly, Governor Clinton. And Honorable Akaris Gray, Mr. Sam Jackson, they always interrupt the other panelists, and sometimes it takes away from the show. So I think you need to be more, assertive in dealing with people who will be interrupting.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for the show, and I'll continue.
Thank you very much, man. You're always welcome. Hello, your name and where you joining us from?
Yes, my name is Mayor Carter. I'm calling from New Jersey.
CEO.
Yes, ma'am.
I was a little bit disappointed in the president about the speech about us sitting in America, enjoying ourselves, and Donald Trump is coming for us. I saw other presidents' country, people that have been deported to other people's countries, and their president went there giving them hug, admonishing them, welcoming them home, it's going to be okay. But for our presidents to make that kind of speech yesterday, I was a little bit disappointed. That's what people have the parable. They say the way you carry your hands up is not how you slap the child. No bad wish for a child. At least yesterday was Armed Forces Day. Day before yesterday was Armed Forces Day. It wasn't a day for him to make us feel bad like that. Some of us
But the statement wasn't made yesterday, though.
Okay, whatever it was made. But I was a little bit disappointed.
I mean, so what exactly did the president say that you were disappointed?
The president said, we are sitting in America, enjoying ourselves, and Donald Trump is coming for us. That's not the way you speak to your people.
Okay.
That's what disappointed me. And then you talk about us returning home for development. Some of us been here, we want to come back.
Were you one of those that supported? Now, I'm not saying this because of whether you supported, but I'm just asking off the back. Are you one of those that supported Joseph Boakai?
Yes.
Okay.
He wasn't my candidate from the beginning. But because I wanted George Popon to lose to him, that's why I voted for him.
Okay.
But he wasn't my candidate from the beginning. But because I wanted victory for him, and that's why.
So now you supported President Boakai in saying these things. Are you do you have any family members that are in trouble, and you think that you have friends that you know that you think they are in trouble here in America?
No, I don't.
You're just saying that because generally because we are all Liberians, right?
Because we are all Liberians, yes.
Okay. Do you think the president and the marshal should clarify the president's statement as to what he meant?
Well, there were other people that made a clarification, but I mean, they shouldn't speak for him. He should have spoken for himself to say, I don't mean the way you understand it. I don't mean it that way. But not for other people to speak for him, because there are a lot of things that he's been silenced on.
Thank you very much, my sister.
We can say people will speak for him all the time. As for the development, as for us coming back home for development, we all want to come back home for development. As for me, I have been chasing the defense minister since 2019 March for buying my stolen land. And I've even spoken to the president. And up to this time, my case is still in court.
Thank you.
So now that we want to sit out here, we want to come back home. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. It's good talking to you. Wow, there's a lot of phone calls coming in. We want to appreciate. Now, I'm going to take two more, and then I'm going to close the show for tonight. It's only important that you join us again tomorrow. We have Edwin Evan Snow. We're going to have Martin Cody. And the gentleman that's speaking, whistleblower concerning the National Road Fund. As you know, that she will be receiving a letter, and there will be an investigation open. Jacida Winton, again, the allegation of corruption. The Internal Affairs Ministry, the allegation again, there's indeed $195,000. What would Joseph Yuma Boakai, President of the Republic of Liberia, do? Let me take the next caller, your name and where you're joining us from.
My name is Sharif Maddie. I'm from Charlotte, North Carolina.
Talk to us, Brother Sharif.
Mr. CEO, thank you so much. I'm glad I'm talking to you tonight.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I really enjoy your show, and I've been going to Liberia lately, and I'm trying to find an outlet that I can get some entertainment and some news. And I think Spoon filled that void for me. I'll just say to you, keep up the good work. Hopefully one day I'll be able to talk to you in person.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, but keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you very much for following, Spoon. We appreciate it. Your name and where you joining us from? Your name and where you joining us from? I didn't take this one. Your name and where you joining us from?
CEO,
yes, sir.
George Korea Morris. Thank you for my birthday, which you sent me. I appreciate that.
Happy birthday, Georgie.
Thank you. And another thing, CEO, you see, like at the end of the show, if you allow people to call in, then they get much longer time to talk. But when the show is on and we call it in for 30 seconds, that's not enough. So I beg you, please, you should be able to give us time that day that will be able to contribute towards the show at least 1 or 2 minutes.
Okay, Georgie. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir. All right, man, I'm going to stop here. Georgie said I should go home, so I'm going to go home. I'm going to stop here. Well, I'm home already. So I'm not going home. I'm home already. But I'm going to stop here. I want to say thanks to all of you. Come back again tomorrow. Let's have fun. Let's discuss Liberia. You always remember, love Liberia, think Liberia, together let's build a beautiful country called Liberia. You can be anywhere in this world, right? But if you agree, joining other Liberians, we can make the difference. So let's think Liberia, let's love Liberia, and let's build Liberia. We got almost about 5 years to go. I think the President Jose Yima Barker have enough time to change things around. And we hope that he will change things around. But be blessed. Look at. It's not ready to go, then he coming on. Be blessed, or be safe, and have yourself a wonderful, wonderful evening. Till we meet again, may God bless you, may God keep you, and may God save our state. Have a good night. That's a good night, yeah?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Good night, sir. Well, folks, thanks to everyone for being on tonight. We appreciate you for coming on. Thanks for watching this edition of the program Spoon Talk. Thanks for listening to those of you across Radio Land. Many thanks to all of you who just share the program. We appreciate you. Spoon Talk will be back on the radio tomorrow. Until then, have a good night, and bye-bye for now.